parity. Just trying to
Call
grab
to
the
order
numbers.
this workshop for the budget for 2026, Siloam Springs Board of Directors, November 4th, 2025. Roll call.
Blair. Here. Barnes.
Here.
Wiles.
Here.
Hunt. Here. Rissler. Here. Allen.
Here.
Carroll.
Here.
Thank you. With that, Christina, I will turn the floor over to you and directors during this time whenever you all have questions. I'm not going to ask you to address the mayor before you do that. You all can just have the floor open for questions as we go through. So, Christina.
Good evening. Copies of the budget workbook with variance explanations were provided to the board prior to the November 4th regular board meeting. If you see in front of you, there are replacement pages for the budget, not because everything in the budget changed. There are only two things that changed, but it impacted enough pages that we felt it would be easier for you to just replace the workbook. And then if you are so inclined, please return the paper and the tabs to us. We'll recycle the paper and reuse the tabs. So the first error was the Parks grant was added as a separate line when $350,000 of match was already budgeted. This is the only change impacting the general fund. The second issue was that there are no 3/8 cent sales tax funds available for use in the 2026 budget unless the sales tax is renewed. And as a result, those items were either removed from the budget or reclassified if we were able to reclassify them. After this budget overview, we'll open the floor for discussion of the budget. Additional times to cover the budget include a workshop on the evening of the 20th, a workshop on December 2nd prior to the meeting, and the evening of December 4th. Staff will provide any outstanding responses from workshops by December 16th, which would also be available for an additional workshop if needed. And the 2026 budget will be included on the agenda for December 16th. We'll cover a summary of the 2025 budget, and then we will move directly into the 2026 budget. So far, 2025 has been a reasonable fiscal year. We project that we will end the year within budget as revised. And through August, city sales tax receipts are down 0.2% relative to the budget and up 2.2% compared to previous year. County sales tax through the same period is down by 1.4% relative to budget and up 3% over prior year. During 2025, the city made the following investments in infrastructure. Parks updated the historical Twin Springs Park with grant funds for $350,000. Street projects included the completion of Meadowlark, Mockingbird, Whippoorwill, and Hummingbird for $1.5 million. The Kenwood rebuild was completed for $1.2 million. There was an Elm Street rebuild for $700,000 budgeted, and engineering for the Waukesha realignment for $870,000.
Christina, when you say revised budget on this page, on streets, 5.3 million, that was not in the beginning budget we approved, and it was things we did approve throughout the year?
Correct. The electric department projects for 2025 are mainly general line extensions, a substation transformer, the rate study, and AMI meter replacements. Water projects include water main extensions, AMI meter replacements, and the long-range water plan, which was started last year. Wastewater projects include the collection system extensions, lift station repairs, and general line maintenance. Year-end projections assume projects budgeted will be completed and revenues will be maintained throughout the end of the year. We project that we'll end the year with $26 million in legally unrestricted cash. The city's policy for 90 days of operating cash requires a minimum of $25.6 million. And general fund liabilities to be paid from unrestricted funds over time include retirements and benefits, such as lot fee, other post-employment benefits, and accrued sick and vacation, and that total exceeds $16 million. The Street Now account is projected to have just over $5.7 million at year's end. Our restricted cash account is projected to end the year with just over $10.3 million. Restricted cash includes public safety portion of the sales tax for $2 million, 3/8 sales tax for quality of life, $5.1 million, depreciation funds, $2.3 million, and the 5/8 sales tax, $0.9 million. The totals don't include accounts receivable, inventory, net accounts payable, or long-term debt, and is basically considered cash on hand. For the 2026 budget, the budget includes a 2% raise for non-uniform staff. Uniform staff would receive step raises. Initially, 7 new employees were applied for as part of budget requests, resulting in 1 seasonal employee added from prior year's budget and the reduction of 1 full-time employee due to the reclassification of positions. $15.1 million in capital requests were reduced to $10.5 million for the proposed budget. Revenues were revisited based on July actual numbers, and the submitted budget is currently positive by $296,000. As proposed, the budget includes 1 additional part-time person, step increases for uniform employees, and an increase of 2% for employees as an across-the-board wage raise. And this is the position that was added and their approximate annual salary. Based on the latest information from Grand River Dam Authority, our charge per kilowatt hour is expected to increase another 2.5% in October, and again in October of next year. Utility rate increases are budgeted based on the study, which includes the following increases for residents. Regarding sales tax, we've maintained our conservative approach to projecting future revenues. And through August, receipts are down 1.2% from budget. Staff is not budgeting any increase over the current budget. County sales tax revenue is budgeted with a 1% decrease from current year budget based on receipts. And revenue from the county sales tax is a per capita share of county collections. State turnback funds are budgeted based on trend with consideration of the budget provided by the state. Projects to be funded out of reserves include the general fund budget proposing $953,000 from the Quality of Life and 3/8 cents funds for grant matching projects for the community building remodel and the Sager Creek Twin Springs restoration, as well as $70,000 for fencing our inventory. And no utility reserves have been budgeted for 2026. The 2026 budget includes the following amounts for significant capital projects costing greater than $200,000. This is not all of the capital projects listed in the individual budgets. There is no capital expense budgeted for infrastructure or human resources for 2026. Police purchases are mainly vehicles. The fire department is purchasing training equipment. And other significant capital projects include the match for the community building remodel that the city staff applied for earlier this year, and the Sager Creek Twin Springs restoration. This grant was approved for a total of $1.2 million, including the match. The 2026 budget includes the following amounts for significant capital projects for proprietary funds, again, costing greater than $200,000. Electric pole replacements. Water general line extensions of $250,000. Wastewater general line extensions of $805,000. Wastewater general line maintenance of $250,000. A replacement semi-truck for $230,000, and the repairs and replacement of the transfer station floor for $250,000. The 2026 budget includes the following amounts for significant capital projects and streets costing greater than $200,000. Those include the Waukesha Road Alignment Project for $1 million and the Family Aquatic Center parking lot reconstruction for $275,000. Proposed changes in existing positions include the following. If approved, several departments would like to reclassify positions. The grant writer and admin to an administrative assistant in human resources, a senior records clerk to a wellness coordinator / bailiff, a mechanic to a utility billing cashier, a shop foreman to a system support analyst, 2 equipment operators to 1 technical services manager, and the commercial lead to an administrative assistant.
Madam Mayor, did you say to hold our questions, or can we ask when she's on that topic?
What would you prefer, Christina? If they have-
You're welcome to ask questions now or when it's finished.
I'm just confused on this. You're saying that, like the last one, sanitation, the commercial lead position, so it's going to be removed and a new position, administrative assistant.
Correct.
Okay. But like when you get to the fleet services, the shop foreman and a maintenance staff, you're not saying those people will become these other jobs. You're saying
Correct.
they'll be eliminated.
These are all unfilled positions, yes.
And the utility billing cashier will be added to
Correct.
utility billing and system support analyst to the IT. Okay. So in terms of the number, it's not changing. It's
Correct.
just changing in terms of departments who has, okay.
Yep.
I just got confused, like, oh, we got a fleet services shop foreman who's going to become an IT analyst, okay. Which is not unheard of, but I just want to make sure I'm understanding. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And my goodness, the Family Aquatic Center parking lot reconstruction has desperately been needed forever. So I mean, it's been breaking apart into little tiny pieces for a long time. I'm glad that that is on the list.
So in 2026, healthcare costs are remaining the same for employees. The city will continue to match an HSA contribution dollar for dollar up to a maximum of $960 per year. And the wellness program will continue in 2026, and those participating will receive $750 added to their health savings account.
Now, can you explain that? Can continue to earn $750 annually. What does that mean?
Right. So the $750 is something that you earn by going to the doctor or participating in the gym or in your 5Ks, different activities. The point of that is to encourage employees to keep themselves healthy.
So you say, like, going to the doctor, meaning a checkup, not a specific.
Nope, not a
Yeah,
specific.
a
You can
checkup.
go to the dentist, get your
Okay.
eyes checked.
And we reimburse that visit, or?
Now, what we do is if you do enough of those things at the end of the year, then at the beginning of the next year, we put additional money into your health savings account.
Okay, so it's not given to the employee, it's put in the health savings account, all right.
Right.
I knew we had a policy of monthly gym expenses, even for the employee's family,
Correct.
to include, but I didn't know how it was done, and I just, that clears it up, thank you.
Christina?
Yes.
Does that make the employees feel better when they only get a 2%?
Does it make them feel better than a 0%? Because without
They get
the,
the 750 if they're healthy in the year and they didn't get a 3%, will they forgive us?
I believe it was 4% last year. So as budgeted, or I should say, as this budget summary shows, we're projecting $83.4 million in revenue from taxes, utilities, and charges for services, plus an additional $1.9 million from restricted funds for a total revenue amount of $92.5 million. And we are budgeting for $92.2 million in expenses. The $300,000 in additional revenues is proposed to be added back to the city's fund balance. This will be split between the general fund, utility, and street reserves at approximately $132,000, $129,000, and $35,000 respectively.
The quality of life revenue is 1 million. That's leaving it at what we have it now because that's continuing. It doesn't change until the end of next year, right? Based on the public voting.
Well, it will change in June. It will end in June unless the public votes to continue it. But we have money from previous years that were saved up that we're using in our budget.
But the quality of life, in terms of revenue, I'm saying this 1 million that's listed,
Yes.
is that money coming from the 3/8 sales tax on our projected taxes, or is that moved from elsewhere?
So
Because it's listed as revenue, so that's what I'm saying.
it is
that-
revenue. Basically, what that is saying is we have budgeted expenses for that, and we're pulling it out of the restricted funds to cover that amount.
Okay.
Obviously, you're correct. A portion of that will be stuff that comes in the current year, but the rest of that will be what is pulled out of, basically, everything goes into the savings account, and then we pull it out as we budget it.
I didn't know if the public votes in June, I didn't know, I assumed it would not actually take effect until 27. But you're saying it would take effect as soon as the vote?
No, the vote will actually be in March, and then they start and stop them quarterly. So if it's approved in March, then it would not sunset at the end of June. it would continue.
Okay. Thank you.
So general fund revenues are estimated to be down by $900,000, which is mainly due to the sunsetting of the 3/8 sales tax in June. And some of this decrease is offset by increased transfers to the general fund from utilities and property tax. Operating expenses have increased $300,000, mainly for professional fees related to attorneys of $173,000, and sales tax funded spending for operation in the police department's budget of $95,000. Capital increased $200,000, mainly due to the grant-related projects in parks for $1.6 million, offset by the decrease in capital projects in both police and fire departments. So enterprise fund revenue increased by $1.5 million. This is mainly due to utility charges based on trend, offset by an increase in effective rates of 5.2%. Now, I will tell you this budget includes the 4% year over year that was discussed with the utility rate study, and the 20% for sanitation with the subsequent 5.5%. But I will tell you, based on my conversations today, and the issue that we had with the electric being a little bit where they didn't take into consideration the 3/8, making sure that all of those utilities include the 3/8 will basically mean that we do not have to increase electric rates the first year. Okay, so that will change the budget slightly if it is approved.
The difference in the electric.
Correct. So the cost of goods sold is down $300,000, mainly due to a decrease in energy sold during 2025. And this is really basically due to the mild summer that we've had and the mild cooling season we've had so far. We sell less electricity when it's not really hot. So operating expenses are up by $500,000, mainly due to depreciation, which is up $300,000, and electric maintenance costs increasing $150,000 based on trend. Capital expenses decreased. Prior year included $1.5 million for electrical general line extensions paid for by the 3/8 sales tax, $1.3 million for a substation transformer, and $275,000 for a waste to energy study. The special revenue fund for streets is mainly taxes, and the budget is unchanged based on tax revenues through August. Operating expenses are also flat compared to prior year. Capital expenses are down by $3.1 million, but prior year included $1.4 million for the subdivision, including Meadowlark, Mockingbird, Whippoorwill, and Hummingbird streets. And it included the $1.2 million for Kenwood and $700,000 for Elm Street. This slide shows the projected ending cash balance for certain accounts. Overall, unrestricted cash will increase by approximately $260,000. In total, the restricted funds will decrease by about $471,000, including street now, 5/8, 3/8, and public safety and depreciation funds. That is the slide. And finally, overall, the budget combined has operating revenues increasing 0.6%, or $500,000, and operating expenses are decreasing 4.6%. However, for operating expenses, we'll look at each category individually. Personnel is decreasing by 0.6%, and this decrease includes a 2% raise and step raises and decreased health care expenses based on benefit elections. The remaining decrease is due to the reclassifications and employee turnover. Personnel includes salaries plus benefits. Operations is increasing by 0.2% and remains relatively flat compared to prior year. Capital is decreasing 16.5%. $2 million was budgeted in 2025 from the 3/8 sales tax, and nothing is budgeted from those restricted funds for utilities this year. Additionally, there was $1.5 million budgeted from reserves in prior year for the new transformer. There's a 6.1% increase in transfers. Recall transfers to the general fund are a percent of net sales in each utility and are based on policy. Debt is decreasing 7%, mainly due to the sunsetting of a sales and use water and sewer bond. We paid that in full in 2025. And grants vary significantly from year to year, and we have budgeted grant matches this year. Non-cash expenses include bad debt and depreciation. So cash in versus cash out compared to 2025, revenue increased by $500,000 and cash expenses declined by $4.3 million. So what questions would you have based on that?
All right, directors, the floor is open for your questions.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Oh, you told us we're not supposed to call you, I'm sorry.
Well, however you want to do it, I'm fine.
Christina, back on an earlier page, where was it? You said 2%. You said the budget includes $508,000 for increase in salary, which is 2%. Is that considered the COLA raise that we usually give? I mean,
It's
last
just
year was
an-
4% because it was cost of living, right? What is the 2%?
2% would be an across-the-board raise, as in everybody that is employed here would receive the 2%, but it doesn't move the salary ranges.
Say that again. Can you speak up a little louder? I have
Certainly.
trouble hearing you.
The 2% raise would go to everybody that is employed with the city that is not already receiving like a step raise. But it doesn't change the starting pay for the salaries. So it's not technically a COLA, or the way I understand a COLA to be.
Well, in the past, the budget has included a percentage as a across-the-board raise,
Right.
but you said a minute ago, that's for non-uniformed employees. The uniformed employees have the step raises.
Correct.
So this doesn't include that. How much is that amount for the uniformed employees?
Give me a moment and I will let you know.
And that's not a specific number across the board, is it? It's
Therefore,
different
it's-
by job,
it-
right? Or is it?
Yeah, the step raises, basically, they range from 3 to 5%.
But it's different per position.
It's
Yeah.
different per position and year.
But on the 508, 2%, it's no matter what the job is, it's across the board, 2%.
The 2% would be for everybody that's not receiving a step
Right,
raise, yes.
okay. Well, if you have the amount of uniformed step raises, I'm just curious the amount that we've got budgeted for that, if you know it.
I don't, but I can have that for you at the next meeting.
Christina, along those lines, so what was the, last year was a 4% COLA?
It was a 4% across the
And then what
board,
was our increase on insurance?
5%.
So this year, the insurance is flat. Is that correct?
Insurance charged to the employees is flat.
Okay, so the employees, I'm just trying to wrap my mind around offsetting and understand, because I mean, I've been on that side of the employee side, and just trying to think from their standpoint of receiving a 2%, but they don't have an additional increase with insurance. So a COLA is really, that is that cost of living. So, if you got a 3% COLA, which is standard for lot fee, I'm on lot fee. So, and then your insurance goes up 5%, your COLA didn't meet the increase of the cost of living adjustment. So I was just want to make sure. So it's a true 2% with no additional outside of milk and eggs and whatever else goes up, right?
Correct.
Yep.
Are you done, Fred?
Yes, I want to
now.
be done, thank you.
For now. Okay, obviously, you've done a lot of work on this as usual, and your staff. So thank you for that, and it looks like you are. Trying to decrease expenses a lot, so be very conservative in your budget, so we appreciate that. I do have a question, though, kind of related to that. The replacing the grant writer position with an administrative assistant position. I know we didn't have a grant writer for very long, and I know the grant that was awarded hasn't come in yet. I'm hoping we still get that at some point, but I guess I'm curious as to what the other board members think of. I think it could be a helpful position, especially with things that we want to do.
Unfortunately, the person did not do a lot of work. So it was not a full-time position.
There wasn't enough to keep them busy is what I understood.
Was it because, was that related to a particular personality or related to the job? It was the job?
No, the reality
There
is
just weren't
that
enough
when
grants to apply for?
when we first proposed a grant coordinator, that person was going to not only assist with writing the grants, but also work on the back end of that. At some point, the job was split into two different positions so that finance was taking care of all of the compliance work and the grant writer was just writing grants. And there really, unless there is a big project like the RAISE grant, there is not a significant amount of work for that person to do. I'm not saying they did nothing. I'm just saying there was not a full-time position with just grant writing.
Well, and what I was told was that there's really only so many grants you can go research and find out and go through all the, so it's not something that there's always new ones every week that you can go look. There's only so much work that is entailed in that job. That's because I asked the same question. That's why I'm telling you what was told to me.
I would like to say, whenever I worked for the city, the grant writer would have to, a different city, the grant writer would have to go to, I'm gonna throw the fire chief out there. He would do a lot of the work and then give it to her, and then she would double the, do some of the same work. So the fire chief could do the grant writing.
Well, and that was my question. My understanding when we hired a grant writer was that person would be doing all the grants. So that person would work with the fire chief or work with the.
The person that knows the
Parks and Rec.
information is the person in that department that they're getting the grant for.
And I'll be honest, even with the RAISE grant, our city engineer did the bulk of the heavy lifting with the writing because honestly, your grant writer doesn't understand all of the intricacies that the engineer did with regards to what it takes to build roads and put in a bridge.
Well, and I hadn't heard that, and I do understand that. I can support that. I just wouldn't want it to interfere with our seeking grants if we don't have, like, if there's a grant that we might be able to get, but we don't have the staff time to apply for it. So that's really where I'm getting. I want us to take advantage of as many grant possibilities as we can, and when we eliminate the grant writing position, it feels like we could be taking some focus away from those opportunities, even though I know that we keep hearing from different departments about grants they're applying for. It's just that's extra work that they have to do. So,
I
My
was excited because
understanding-
we were told it's going to pay for itself.
right,
You know,
Right.
whatever we pay, they're going to more than cover what they go find.
yeah.
My understanding from what I heard when we had one was kind of what Christina said, and what Lisa alluded to is that it was the departments who were really doing the bulk of the work. And I think they do a great job of researching and finding stuff.
Yeah, and that is fine, but they've also got a lot of other things going on. So
Right.
the grant writer was able to kind of, the idea of a grant writer was to be able to help with that. So it may not have played out like we had expected. So, okay, well, I just wanted to bring that up, just as, you know,
I agree with
Some
Mindy, though.
encouragement.
We need to stay focused on getting grants. Just because we don't have a grant writer, I get it. I get what you're saying, and so.
I think the grant writer's position when it was proposed was get someone who has done it before, who knows how to do it, because they can go research where grants are that we're completely unaware of. Even our staff that may work with certain areas may not be aware that that would be the technical expertise of someone who's done it before. And so, but later on is when I learned they were having to keep them busy with other things, that there was really only so many grants that could be found or
Well-
looked for. So that, I was like, okay, you know, that makes sense, I
And I
guess.
get that, and it's been a long time since I did any of that. 30 years ago, I worked for an organization, and one of my jobs was to do some grant writing. And I had this book that was probably 3 inches thick of all these organizations that give money out. But, you know, they're very specific in their criteria, and probably there are fewer that give money to municipalities. But I just figured if that was 30 years ago, they've improved their way of sharing that information now. Okay, well, that's helpful.
Can I say something along that line,
Yeah.
please? I think regarding quality of life, one of the things that we have that most cities in the nation don't have is we have a relationship with the Walton Foundation, and when it comes to our water and things of those nature, we are able to stretch that dollar, and we have a working relationship, some of our city staff with that, so that helps. And then second was, it's been, I've never written a grant. But when we applied for it back in the day, if it's a significant grant, you can hire a grant writer. If you receive the grant, you get reimbursed. So there's right,
That's
that's
what
still
I was
out
gonna
there as a
suggest
trend.
as well,
So
yeah.
there's more economical ways. Staff is, you know, they're gonna stretch that. So I think there's just smarter ways of doing grant and just having one, a city of our size. If we were 100,000, might be a different program, but
And I'm glad you brought that up, because I actually worked with a lady at JBU that went on her own to do grant writing. I don't know if she still does that or not, but basically what that tells me is there's people out there that do that kind of thing, and I didn't know how they got paid. I thought it might be a percentage of whatever the grant pays, I don't know, but. Another question I have, and I don't know if I'll ask this very well or not, but I heard on the news this morning that nationally, people are getting very behind on their utility payments, just because everything else is so expensive. Have we noticed that trend here? Is there a greater percentage of people getting behind on utility here in Siloam? I'm just
That would be
curious as
very
we go
difficult for
into
me to answer
increasing-
at this moment because the conversion is going not so hot.
Oh, okay, gotcha, yeah.
However, prior to that, I did look at our, I guess you would call it default rate compared to the nationally, and we're actually below the national average.
Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else?
I've got,
Yes.
I don't want to hog it if anybody else has anything. I'm curious, when you referenced, or I referenced the streets, what we have in our budget, I'm lost because I know we have to vote to approve a new project, like the Bird Streets came to us, we approved them. I'm lost when I see all the streets in Ravenwood being overlaid. They're not on last year's budget. I don't recall them coming to us to be approved, so how do they get done?
Actually, that
and funded?
was something that Kevin Moore did. He brought you guys, he said, hey, we're not going to be able to do these projects, and he gave you guys an alternative list of projects, I do believe. Josh was shaking his head, yes. That is exactly what happened.
Workshop in February, Kevin brought a list.
And those Ravenwood streets were on that list?
Yes, sir. Yeah, Kevin, I think February or maybe March, did a workshop, kind of projecting out street projects, mill and overlay and rebuild, still 2027, I believe.
I recall the workshop. I don't recall those streets coming to us to approve as we did, like the Bird Streets, where
Yeah,
it came and it was on our agenda and we actually voted on it.
Well, there were slides that included the list of streets for each year, and a lot of these mill and overlay projects are well under like they're within our spending limits. So they're not as expensive as like a full rebuild, like a Waukesha intersection.
We still need to
Road
be
intersection.
approving those because there are other streets that can be looked at, and we certainly need to have an updated list when we get our budget book and things like that, of what has been done in the past year. Simply because it is not just the cost of the overlay, it's the cost of the personnel. It is the cost of opportunity cost of not doing a street that really needs it, when you can drive out to Ravenwood and say, these are dead-end streets. These are residential, dead-end streets. They're not thoroughfares. They get very little traffic. Why are we spending money, personnel time to redo these when they're really relatively not that bad? There's a lot worse streets out there. And so I thought, well, I know we voted the Bird Street. I know it came up on our agenda and we voted them. It wasn't just in the budget. It actually came up, and I you know, whether it is under the spending limit or not, we need to be made aware. And being in a workshop, to me, is quite a bit different than bringing something in an ordinance. And so whether Kevin did it in a workshop or not, he didn't make sure that we ended up seeing it on an agenda. And so I just think that's something that we should be made aware, and in fact, we should have a little more input on putting the streets forth that we get complaints about, other than somebody's brother-in-law's cousin's friend has complained about pothole on Pickwick, you know, or Montclair or whatever. So I know some of them were on last year's budget, but I think there was maybe one on Ravenwood that I saw, but certainly not all these other dead-end ones. And so it's frustrating because I'm looking at back and forth at 25 and 26, and they're not on any list. So and you can say, well, this street is under the spending limit. Yeah. But when you take all the streets as a whole, you're not just doing one street. You're going and doing all of them over several weeks because they're all interconnected. So as a whole, the project needs to have the board approval. And that budget works, or that workshop on the streets, if we took a vote, I don't recall, because workshops are not supposed to have a vote.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. I will say, just, Brent and I were talking just a couple weeks ago about a little bit more of a strategic approach to
Yeah.
street rebuilds and maintenance and things, so we can evaluate it and change it.
I know you have come into it with an idea to be more strategic. You told me that, and I appreciate it, Josh. Thank you. I just wanted to put my 2 cents that at least on those streets, I didn't recall us approving them. So, thank you.
So Josh, before you skedaddle, man, so we had a workshop at the first of the year. That person's gone. We're in transition. Are we still looking at next year because it's up for the review of the master street plan?
Yeah, again, Brent and I were talking even today, a couple
That's
hours
up
ago,
for-
about
that's past
him-
due,
us
right? Or
working on it and.
Is that going on year 5 or 3? It's past due.
You mean an update of it?
Yeah, well,
Chris, do you know-
that would solve some of this stuff
We
here.
were just talking about it, probably 3 o'clock today, about it, taking a look at that
That's a
again.
good answer.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, man.
Well, the master plan for the sidewalk and trail is listed, but is the master street plan?
He's reviewed.
Oh, so it's not in the budget
It-
yet?
It requires a review. I don't remember if it's every 3 to 5 years, but
Chris, do you know when that's up? Or what the plan is?
For the master street, there's 2 different plans that we're talking about. There's the master street plan that's for classifications of streets, and then there's the master street maintenance plan. As far as my side of the house was the director of administrative services over engineering, we're looking at the master street classification, which we would refer to more commonly as the master street plan. The master street maintenance plan, that would be with Public Works. However, we have started the early discussions of I just spoke actually today with the city engineer about the master street classification update. We're looking at the possibility of some grant eligibility to see if we can have some additional funding available. I think the mayor had sent me some resources, and I appreciate that on behalf of staff. We looked at that, and we're checking in on that as well.
Sounds good.
And then I had
Anyone
one
else?
other.
David,
Pardon?
you do have one other thing, is that right?
Yeah, on the capital outlay per department, I noticed 300,000 for finance, and I was a little taken aback on that amount of money. Is there any specific thing that, like any big project or is that just an accumulation? I'm looking at it, why would it cost $72,000 to change the suffix on our website to .gov?
We actually have to transfer all of our data to a new domain,
Oh, sheesh.
and that's an unfunded mandate from the state. So we have to do that.
What is MDR solution?
That's, I believe that has to do with the mobile data for like police vehicles and fire vehicles. And then there are going to be, we typically will replace our virtual machine hosts annually. We have several, we switch out a couple each year. And then we are still in the process of adding security to different buildings. And then that also includes the $70,000 for the inventory fence from the 3/8 cents.
Now, when you say inventory fence, that is like up off of Lincoln Street?
Correct.
Or-
Well, no, it's actually, right now, our inventory it's basically our electric inventory. So it's at the electric department, but there's missing some fence around the back side of that.
Oh,
And we've been having,
why would it be in finance?
because the inventory manager is under finance and has been for several years now.
Okay. And because it has to do with inventory,
Correct.
all right. Well, a lot of this stuff is IT related,
Correct.
which gets us to like 2024, the actual $105,000 for citywide software. I just don't understand why we keep changing software, what we just what we just did with the utility billing and the.
That's
the-
actually part of the same conversion.
Well,
So-
that's what I wondered, is if that was what was part of that 104, 105.
Yes.
But I'm just questioning simply because, and I rarely look at Facebook, but when the city Facebook page has the statement that your bill will not be going out, we're not going to be
That's correct.
charging you, this is delayed, it's because we're changing software. I just go back to the age-old question, I've been asked this a million times for 30 years involvement in city board. If it ain't broke, why are we fixing it? And it
So
seems
the-
like
the
every 4 or
billing
5
portion-
years, we change software. Express bill pay, I thought worked. So I don't know why we changed from express bill pay.
Well, Express Bill Pay was really a third-party payer. I
understand that.
Our Cassell, which is our main software, we were running out of room on our server. So we had to, at a minimum, move to the cloud. But at the same time, HR said they had zero software and wanted software. And the planning department said, okay, what we have is not working for us. We need software that will function for what we're doing. And we tried to get integrated citywide software. And right now, the software company has been unable to basically replicate the billing in Cassell. So what happens is you run it in both systems when you change over for your billing, and you make sure that they're the same before you send out bills. Well, they're not the same. And I'm not going to send out a bill to
Why
our.
would we not just go back to the old style, the old one before, until we get this one fixed? That was a question that was on Facebook. Why are we not just going as the backup? The one that used to work temporarily? Is that not possible? Because we've already started moving over?
We've already started moving over, but I will also say this, if they can't get it together fairly quickly, then I will be having conversations with our attorney to see if they are in breach of contract.
Yeah. Well.
Because to me, this is unacceptable.
No, it is unacceptable, but the question is, that answers the liability question, and the company, not on the ball fixing our problem. It doesn't solve the problem of the citizen paying the bill. And so therefore, I go back to the original question is, even if different departments use different software, if it is only functioning for that department, why do we have to integrate to where everybody's on the same thing? And I'm only speaking from experience because time and again, I've been involved in these things, and the integrated software doesn't always work for everybody. And so I say, if you got something good that's working, even though you got to pay a yearly update and do all this stuff, why are we, and I will tell you from seeing and hearing things that it seems to be when we've had a lot of turnover, change of personnel. When you have a change of personnel, they bring in new ideas and, oh, this is how this city did it and we should do that. I disagree. We do not need to automatically change because somebody new is giving an attest to how great it was at umpteen this city area. So
So
I'm
let
just.
me interrupt you because we are getting close to time.
Okay, yeah.
So Christina, to that question, whenever we have our next budget meeting, maybe you could kind of just have a little bit more information for David about the integration and that
I
sort of
brought
thing.
up the
So-
300 because I thought it was a
Yeah.
big chunk, and it's
Yeah.
not. It's spread out over several things, so thank you.
So just a little clarification, okay? With that, I am going to adjourn this workshop. We will reconvene for our regular meeting. It is almost 6:30, so I will say 6:35. Thank you. Call to order the Siloam Springs Board of Directors meeting for November 4th, 2025. Roll call.
Blair. Here. Burns.
Here.
Wiles.
Here.
Hunt.
Here.
Rissler.
Here.
Allen.
Here.
Carroll.
Here.
Thank you. At this time, if you will please stand with me as Director Burns leads us in prayer, and please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Father, we thank you for the gift of life you provide to us and the freedom that is given to us so that we may serve our community. And it's your name we pray, amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. At this time, I would like to ask anyone that has an electronic device to please silence that so that we don't have an interruption during our meeting, and thank you for that. First on the agenda is public input time. I would ask if there is anyone here that would like to address the board on any item that is not on our regular agenda. If so, please come to the podium, give us your name, your address, and you will have 3 minutes. Anyone here? No? So I would just like to mention that we have, looks like some special guests here tonight from one of our Boy Scout troops. Is that correct? Is your leader here with you?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. So is this a special occasion for these young men, or is this part of maybe one of their badges?
The second.
Okay.
It's viewing a city hall meeting meets one of the requirements for their citizenship and community merit badge.
Well, welcome. Thank you very much for being here. We appreciate that. So with that, I would ask if there is anyone here that would like to address on an item that is on our consent agenda. There is not. We will move then to our presentations. The first is Honorable Judge Barry Moehring, I believe. Yes, there he is. Good evening, Judge.
Hi, Mayor Nation. I'm sitting in the back because I have to admit I thought I had left in plenty of time from my home in North Bentonville, and it turns out I did not. And so I came in, as I like to say, I came in hot tonight, and I appreciate the opportunity. Let me get organized up here a little bit, if you don't mind.
And I believe you are addressing the information about the PSAP funds. Is that correct?
That is exactly correct. And so I want to start off again by thanking you and thanking the members of the Board of Directors here in Siloam Springs. We have a long and very healthy, positive relationship with Siloam Springs on a number of fronts, but particularly in emergency services. And I'd like to, first of all, recognize that Dusty Meredith, our Administrator of Public Safety, is here. If you will start to ask some really hard questions, I will fade back and ask him to come up and answer some of those questions. But we do have a great history with Siloam Springs. We cover each other in our PSAPs. PSAPs, if you don't know, are public safety answering points. These are the points where the worst calls from our citizens come in. They come into our PSAPs, 911 centers. We answer those calls, and then we dispatch our first responders to save the day. And we know what a challenging job our dispatchers have. They have to get accustomed to receiving terrible calls all day. That's part of their job. And the great thing about our relationship with Siloam Springs is we've covered your center, and there's been times like in the tornado when you've helped cover our center. And so we have a very, very great relationship with Siloam Springs. What I want to do tonight, though, is tell you a little bit about how we ended up here with our Public Safety Answering Point PSAP. I'll keep calling it now a PSAP from here on out. Our funding issue that we've had. And it's, you know, it's somewhat of a funding issue. I know it's going to be a funding issue for the city of Siloam Springs. And I thought I would just kind of go through a chronology of how we got here. And so what you see here is basically a timeline left to right of how we ended up where we are today. And for those of you who don't know, I'll go right to the punchline. We have had an agreement with Siloam Springs now for 3 years, a co-funding agreement that unfortunately at Benton County we're going to have to terminate. And I want to explain why we're going to have to do that. Let me start going back to 2019 with the Public Safety Act of 2019. This is an act that the Arkansas legislature put in place that they passed that did a number of things as it relates to PSAPs and dispatch centers. But probably most significantly for our conversation tonight, it created the State 911 Board. It also mandated that the number of PSAPs around the state, again, these places where 911 calls come in, be reduced. There were over 100 of them, and they had to be reduced down to 77. That happened to coincide with the number of counties in Arkansas, 75, plus a PSAP for Little Rock and a PSAP for North Little Rock. And then it also changed the funding mechanism. And there was additional funding coming to PSAPs as a result of this legislation, as a result of this act. The flip side to that was that meant that the number of PSAPs in the state had to be consolidated. And kind of the carrot, if you will, was that there would be more funding coming to the PSAPs as a result. In Benton County, we had at the time 4 funded PSAPs, right here in Siloam Springs, Benton County, Rogers, and Bentonville. And so we had 4 funded PSAPs as we went into the legislation, and coming out of it, we knew that we'd have some issues because they were going to conduct a study, and that study was going to be how to allocate those 77 PSAPs. And I may not have all of my history exactly right because it goes back a ways, but there was a study. And that study basically identified where the PSAPs should be. In Benton County, they said we needed to have 2 PSAPs, and there might be a provision for a 3rd PSAP. Well, that got all of us who are in the PSAP business a little concerned because we have 4 funded PSAPs, 4 vitally important funded PSAPs. So we went down as this act was being implemented. We went down collectively, and that's going to be the next dot there. In April 2022, we went down to Little Rock, Bentonville, Rogers, Siloam, Benton County. We took our emergency folks, our police chiefs, fire chiefs in some cases, attorneys, and we went down and we made the case that we needed to have 4 PSAPs. And we made that case to the State 911 Board, who was empowered and still is to determine how many funded PSAPs there are going to be in the state of Arkansas. We made our best shot. And they came back and said, well, we agree you don't need 2, but we don't think you need 4. So you need 3 PSAPs. So they made the decision that Benton County, all of us collectively, had to consolidate from 4 funded PSAPs down to 3 funded PSAPs. Well, that was a challenge. It's a challenge for basically a number of reasons, but I'll give you 4. One, Bentonville. They had just passed a bond issue and had built a new emergency operations center. I think it was $20+ million that included their PSAP, a dispatch center. Rogers had done the same thing. They had a $20 million plus emergency operations center. In Benton County, we have the most complex PSAP in the county because we dispatch 34 different agencies around the county. We dispatch police, we dispatch fire, volunteer fire, ambulance, and the sheriff's office. The sheriff's office is our biggest client out of our PSAP. So the complexity of the Benton County PSAP was basically stood on its own, and we take the most calls by far of any of the PSAPs in the county. And then there was Siloam Springs. And the importance of Siloam Springs is that you're here on the west side of the county, and we don't really have a public safety answering point on this side of the county. And so the point that we made to the State 911 Board is, look, we need all 3 of these. First of all, we have taxpayer dollars wrapped up in these bond issues, and you can't just do away with those. Benton County, we're kind of the nerve center for emergency operations of the county. You can't do away with that one. And Siloam Springs, they're out there on the west side, away from all of us in central Benton County, and they serve a very integral purpose for our emergency response as well. And so we thought that they needed a PSAP here in Siloam. That argument failed. So what we did collectively, the 4 entities, is we started to determine how are we going to move forward. Because we all agreed that maintaining and keeping the Siloam Springs PSAP was very important, and not the least of which was Siloam Springs was incredibly important. So we went down a path where we started to figure out what are we going to do about this. And so you can see there in the next couple of points there on the funding timeline, in July and in September, we worked together, and at that point I worked with the city administrator, Philip Patterson, and worked with some of your emergency folks, and we came up with this idea that, well, what we're going to do is we're going to receive the funding in Benton County, that would be for Benton County and what would have formerly been Siloam Springs, their PSAP funding. We're going to receive that, and essentially, we're going to agree with Siloam Springs on almost a contract for service, and then turn around and send that money to Siloam Springs, so that the amount of dollars that Siloam Springs would receive would remain consistent with what it would have been otherwise. And so we did that. Not both of our quorum courts, our quorum court and this board of directors, quorum court in July 22, the Siloam Springs Board of Directors in September 22, both passed almost identical resolutions that basically said the area previously covered by Siloam Springs PSAP will be absorbed into Benton County's PSAP for 911 funding purposes. And whereas Benton County and the city of Siloam Springs have reached an agreement that the city of Siloam Springs will continue to operate its PSAP, thus relieving Benton County of the responsibility for providing PSAP answering and response. And that's critical. We didn't have the capacity to take Siloam Springs on. And Bentonville and Rogers really weren't in a position to take Siloam Springs on. I mean, this was a real dilemma for us. So we reached this agreement. Both of the governing bodies passed, again, identical resolutions. Basically, those resolutions identified the core, if you will, of an agreement between the two cities. I'm sorry, between the county and the city. And we went forward then, and we started to iron out what that final agreement would say. And that final agreement, and I'm sorry, I also have to confess, because I came in fast. I have 15 copies of this sitting in the front seat of my car out there on Broadway. So I apologize, and I'll provide that. I'll send that later, and I'll make sure that you get a copy of that as well. So the sale tax intergovernmental agreement between Siloam Springs and Benton County that we agreed on by the end of the year, keeping in mind that the implementation date for the act was January 1, 2023, basically says, and I'm gonna paraphrase here, that Benton County and Siloam Springs have both historically operated PSAPs, and we've received funding from 911 boards, the administrative board, and the state. Beginning in '23, the state funding for such services is being changed, resulting in Benton County receiving all of the funding and responsibility providing services to the area served prior to that time by a PSAP operated in Siloam Springs. It further says Siloam Springs is desirous of continuing to operate its existing PSAP, and Benton County and Siloam Springs agree that Siloam Springs will continue to provide a PSAP and the services related thereto. In exchange for Siloam Springs operating a PSAP for and providing connected services to the area, Benton County will pay Siloam Springs the proportional share of funding it receives from the state of Arkansas for operating a PSAP. And again, so that's the funding mechanism. We all agreed to it, thought it was a great, great way to go forward. Siloam Springs shall be fully responsible for any operational costs connected with operating its PSAP. Agreement shall be effective as of January 1, 2023. Again, the date by which the act was made effective in terms of having the consolidations. And then point 7 of this agreement says, this agreement shall continue from year to year, contingent on the state of Arkansas or the 911 board of the state of Arkansas not revising the existing state of PSAP operations and funding so as to frustrate the agreement's purpose. That's an interesting word, frustrate. This was an agreement that our collective attorneys agreed on. It's signed by myself, it's signed by Philip Patterson. This is the agreement then that was pertained back to the resolutions that were passed by both this board and the quorum court. At that point, starting in January of 2023, we started receiving funds under the new formula, and we started to disperse those funds to Siloam Springs. And we did that for all of 2023, and we did that for all of 2024. The totality of that was about $260,000 or so a year, give or take. We have the exact numbers. Dusty has those, and we can provide those, but it's roughly $260,000 a year. Important dollars, we knew, for the PSAP in Siloam Springs. We also thought the agreement was going swimmingly well. You all were operating fine, we were operating fine, and again, when necessary, we were operating together. So that was going on well until February of 2025. And at one of the state 911 board meetings, there was an issue raised similar to this issue, but it had to do with Garland County and Hot Springs. And Garland County was essentially doing what we were doing. They were receiving funds, passing them on to Hot Springs. And the 911 board asked the state attorney general for guidance on this because they believed that the spirit of the law was being violated. That might be a strong word, but they didn't believe that these agreements were in the spirit of the law, so they asked for guidance from the Attorney General. And the question they posed to the Attorney General's office was, can the 911 board pass a motion to disperse funds to the Garland County PSAP and direct Garland County to not give any of that money to a secondary PSAP in Hot Springs? And the short answer from the Attorney General's office, says so right here, was yes. In fact, the state 911 board could tell a jurisdiction, no, you cannot take funds and send them off to another jurisdiction to operate a PSAP. In other words, you can't fund a PSAP that wasn't already funded by the state law. It further says, if the board finds Garland County PSAP spent funds received from the board on costs that are not reasonably necessary, the board may withhold funds from future distributions to Garland County PSAP after an audit. The board can only use the 911 board funds for reasonable and necessary 911 costs as determined by the board. And if Garland County PSAP spends money on unnecessary costs as determined by the board, which include giving money to the Hot Springs PSAP, the board may withhold future funds from Garland County. So suffice it to say, that got our attention in a big way. Again, in February, we reached out to our attorneys, talked to our counsel, and we had about $1.3 million that we received at Benton County from the State 911 Board, and the determination was we could not put those funds at risk. We could not afford, that's about, I believe, almost half of our funding for CENTCOM, for our PSAP, and we could not put those funds at risk. I'll go back to the term and the agreement between us, the term frustrate. That was frustrating, to say the least. So we reached out we reached out initially that March. We had a very initial meeting with then City Administrator Allen. I believe Chief Miller, I know he's in the room, I believe Chief Miller was on that call. We had an initial call in March and basically said, we can't continue this agreement. I reached out to the State 911 Board, CJ Engels, who is the Executive Director of the State 911 Board, and I explained, look, we understand, you've got the AG opinion. We will unwind this agreement. Could you please allow us to keep it in place until the end of the year? Both Siloam Springs and Benton County have budgeted for this. It would be an undue hardship if we took the money away midstream. He said, fine. He informed the board that we were going to do that. And so we have continued those payments through this year with the recognition that at the end of this year, those payments would have to stop. We've had a number of meetings with both of the chiefs, the fire chief, the police chief. I've had a call with you, Mayor Nation, and your city administrator to talk through this issue. And if you know anything about PSAPs and how they operate, it's an incredibly complicated operation. It's not that easy. And at the end of the day, as we talked through this on a number of levels this year, we came to the conclusion we were going to have to terminate the agreement, and Siloam Springs could then be a grandfathered, unfunded PSAP. So Siloam Springs can continue to receive calls, but you can't be funded by the state, and you can't be funded by pass-through from Benton County. That resulted in my sending a termination letter at the end of October to the mayor, basically terminating the agreement in writing. So that's where we are today. Where we are today is the funding that we would have normally provided from Benton County to Siloam Springs, we can no longer provide starting in the next year, so that'll be January 2026. Like I've indicated, we've had a number of conversations through this year on what to do. There are talks of, consolidation in a form. That's a very complicated thing to do. If we did that, there are monies on the table at the state level to help with consolidation. There could be up to $200,000 for Benton County and $200,000 for Siloam Springs. But there are different systems and software and networks. I mean, there's just a lot of things that go with that. And so where we are today is, at least it has sparked some interest in what might be possible down the road. There are no firm plans to do anything like that. But the agreement will terminate at the end of the year. And I wanted to come and tell you that in person. It's not, we were perfectly comfortable with the agreement, but we've got to respect the AG's opinion and basically the State 911 Board saying, you really need to be in compliance with at least the spirit of the law here, and if Siloam wants to continue to operate, they can. It just won't be a funded PSAP from the state. So I've kind of hit the top levels of that and of how we got here. I'm happy to answer any questions, or I can have Dusty come up here and answer any questions. I will say again, we've had really great discussions with your folks and your team. This has not been anything at all antagonistic. This is not the outcome that either of us were wanting. But at the end of the day, here's where we are, and I wanted to come before you. I appreciate the invitation to make sure that, to let you know our point of view directly and also to answer any questions you might have. So with that, I'll see if you have any questions.
Thank you, Judge. I appreciate that. Directors, while the judge is here in front of you, do you have any questions for him?
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Reed.
Barry, where do you feel next steps need to be for Siloam Springs?
You know, I'd probably hesitate to speak to that. Here's what I know, and I'm, of the folks who deal with PSAPs, I'm going to be one of the least qualified, quite honestly. I think the PSAP here is vital. I think it's incredibly important to have a PSAP on this side of the county. I don't doubt that at all. Could that PSAP expand and serve more area or territory? You know, I don't know. That's a possibility. Right now, the Siloam Springs PSAP really is focused on Siloam Springs. That's where this gets a little tricky because that's the only place you really can focus your resources on the city of Siloam Springs. The county, we can focus countywide. It's also true for Bentonville and Rogers. They can really only focus within Bentonville or Rogers unless there's an emergency, unless there's some other need, in which case we have, you know, mutual aid where we can help each other out. But I think, you know, and this is the point we made to the 911 board. This is not a stagnant area. This is a growing area. You're on a major highway on 412. You're kind of at the crossroads of the county down here in the southwest. You've got a growing city. This is a growing area. And so my personal opinion is I think the PSAP plays a vital role. What the future of that might mean, I'm not sure. You know, we do have some other arrangements. And again, I'd love to say you can snap your fingers and make this happen. Bella Vista dispatches their own first responders, but we answer their calls. So we are the PSAP for Bella Vista. At one point, they wanted to be a PSAP, but they built a new center too, but they did so in a time frame where it wouldn't allow them to be a PSAP. So we actually answer Bella Vista's calls. They dispatch their first responders. I'll tell you though, that's kind of what the law is designed to prevent from happening because they don't want transfers. Really, the core of this law was to try to prevent transfers and to get dispatching happening more quickly and to get help to those who need it more quickly. So does that answer your question?
It does. I just know that as a city, our very first responsibility is safety.
Yep.
So the importance of this would be paramount.
I agree. Yeah, I agree.
Mayor?
Yes, Brad.
So if I go back in time in my brain, and it's a few cobwebs, so the inability for two large cities connected together, they couldn't create a PSAP. My history reminds me, last time I was on the board and we had this conversation, is there's a lot of headbutting going on over there. Let's just call it an ego trip, where Bentonville and Rogers could not work together. That was my understanding. You're not going to answer that because, you know, you're.
No, I will. I'll disagree with you. I don't think that's the case at all.
Okay, well, that's my observation. And then second, who makes up the state 911 board?
Well, there's an executive director, and then there's appointees on the state 911 board. AJ Gary, who's the director at Adams on that. And then there's a number of folks, typically they're from the emergency response world who are on that board from in and around the state. I think there's actually some slots for like a police chief and a fire chief. I can't remember exactly, but it's people who are familiar with this world. And they're appointed by, there's some gubernatorial appointments, I think Senate Pro Tem, Speaker of the House, I think they're appointed by those folks. And as I recall, now that it's coming back to me a little bit, I think there is basically a slot for police chief and fire chief and director of emergency operations center and those kinds of qualifications. That's who's on that board.
So in Northwest Arkansas, do we have anybody on that board?
We don't currently. We did. My former public safety administrator was on that board, but he's not on that board anymore.
So it would seem to me we need representation down there from NWA.
I don't disagree with that, and
I mean, I'm just thinking problem solving beyond today,
yeah,
looking into tomorrow.
it's a good point.
So,
Yeah.
okay, that's what I need. Thanks, sir.
Lisa? Lisa had asked, and then I'll come back to you, David. Lisa?
I met with you a
Yeah,
couple
that is
months ago, and I appreciate you taking time to meet with me, and the fire chief and the police chief, and then my husband, who's a JP. One of the questions I asked you, and I'm going to ask you in public, and you answered very well, so I feel comfortable asking you in public.
I'm getting nervous, but okay.
So you said that Bentonville did a bond issue so that they could have their center there. Has Bentonville and the county thought about combining theirs so that Siloam can have one, and Bentonville and the county, because they're right there together, and then Rogers?
No, those discussions haven't happened. Doesn't mean they couldn't in the future, but they haven't happened, no.
Christina, is this, this is in the budget for this, right? How does this affect our budget?
Well, the revenue is absent from the next budget.
Those are my questions, and I appreciate you. One of the things we discussed when we met is a regional, and that hasn't went anywhere, or there's no conversation that has.
So I want to be careful by saying there's no conversation. I think there are very informal conversations about what might be possible. There are no formal conversations. If you go back in time to when that bill became law, when that act became law, and when we were going through this process, Bentonville and Rogers had just built brand-new centers with their tax dollars. And it would have been complicated, given that their tax dollars, just like in Siloam Springs, their tax dollars paid for that. It does get complicated when you start to say, well, now suddenly that's going to become a regional center. I'm not saying that that wasn't possible. What I'm saying is that wasn't considered at the time. Could that be considered going forward? I don't know why it couldn't. I think from the state level, that would be probably encouraged. But again, now you're talking about merging a city-based PSAP that basically serves a couple of agencies and does a very good job with a county-based PSAP that serves dozens of agencies far outside of its jurisdiction. So there's some complexities there, and we haven't worked through those. We haven't even talked about those, but there's complexities there.
One of the things you said tonight that I didn't hear in that meeting before is the idea behind the state is wanting to make it stream more, you're not being transferred.
Correct.
I've been on calls where I'm driving into town, and you can tell it's obvious there's a drunk driver in front of you. Made the call to Siloam, they transferred me to the county. Well, by the time I got down the road, we were in city limits, so they had to transfer me back to the city limits. And then they turned to Gentry, and they went right back out to the county. So I was bouncing back and forth, and there was a drunk driver on the road.
Yeah.
That does make sense. But how does that relate to when I pick up the phone and I want to call 911, and this might be a question for you. How does that relate to, I want to know streamline? Like if I say, and we discussed this too, if I say, I'm at Max's gas station. Well, if you're from here, you know what Max's gas station is. It's not Max's gas station anymore. But when I was a child here, it was Max's gas station. And generally, they know what I'm talking about. How does that work in a situation if we ended up losing our PSAP, our dispatch?
I'll answer generally, and I can have Dusty come up and be more specific. But generally, the software and the CAD systems are so sophisticated now that I think that problem could be overcome. There are major metro areas now that operate in that fashion, where you'll have, and I believe even Tulsa, y'all were in Tulsa and might have seen that. There's no way the dispatcher receiving the call, or the operator receiving the call in the center in Tulsa is gonna know necessarily where Max's gas station is 40 miles away. But the software now is so sophisticated, it's so real-time, the mapping is, that while that seems very comfortable to say that's necessary, it probably isn't necessary, going forward. Now, I'm probably going to have a lot of dispatchers who might hear me tonight, and they're going to kick me for saying that. But this is getting much more sophisticated all the time in how calls come in and are dispatched and how dispatchers relate to that.
So it's picked up by your cell phone, probably.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. I appreciate it, and I appreciate you coming and speaking to us. And I appreciate you taking time to have the meeting with us.
You bet.
David, did you have something?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Judge, for being here. First of all, thank you for doing the job you do. I think you've done a good job running the county. I wish you were running again. But I was here when we did the agreement. I was on the board, and I remember Philip talking about it for years before it came to the board. And I'll just give you a little background. I was on this board in the 90s. I was mayor from 09 to 12, and this is my third go-around. And I've seen an awful lot of change in this entire region, not just Siloam Springs. And you probably know this, but Siloam is not just Siloam. The west side of Benton County includes Gravette, Gentry, Decatur, Sulphur Springs. And for all of eternity, we have been treated like the redhead stepchild of West Benton County because the big cities get all the attention. And I recall when this was consolidated, it was kind of ridiculous that the state 911 board would not really know anything about the region and the growth and the importance to just say, no, you've got to go from 4 to 3. It really made no sense at all. And I don't understand how they can just decide that. But we're certainly going to remember that in future state elections. I can tell you that, knowing that the 911 board needs to be brought up to our state officials. But I was here when we signed the agreement, and at least on our side of the county, what we believed was that the county and Bentonville should have agreed to consolidate because it's obvious how much the sheriff's office does in the non-municipal areas. But Bentonville's right there where the sheriff's office is. And Rogers, of course, has continued to grow. And we just felt like we got hung out to dry until you worked with Philip to come up with the agreement. That was the saving grace of the whole thing. That was the only thing that we were able to do because of the hard-headedness of people in Little Rock. And so we appreciate what you did do. It's just frustrating that simply by them wanting to be power hungry that they can go to the AG. And, you know, some of us say if we'd known this, my gosh, the AG was here just last year at a meeting. We could have talked to him and said, you know, this doesn't make a lot of sense. The 911 board is just trying to give direction instead of really truly knowing the effect it's going to have down the road. And so I just feel it's frustrating for not just us, but for the county as well, because of their not having the knowledge of what goes. The fastest growing part of the entire state is right here. They don't visit. They don't know how much is rural and controlled by, and I'll tell you, I'll just tell you, when I was mayor, we had Sheriff Keith Ferguson, never sent deputies over to West Benton County, never would do it. And we lost a young man because the family refused, they called the sheriff's office and they refused to send somebody here. And a good young man going to be a doctor got murdered because Keith Ferguson's office. Now, thank goodness, we have a sheriff that does a great job of covering Siloam. We have sheriffs in the west side of the county. We have them all over Siloam, and we are appreciative, trust me. It's a night and day from 10, 12 years ago. So we appreciate everything you guys do. I know it's a tough job to do what you are doing, but it's frustrating that now our citizens are going to have to come up with $260,000 a year to run a 911 station. And it just seems like as much as you guys were bending over backwards to make it work, because of what happened in Hot Springs now, it's fallen down the dominoes of affecting us as well. So I would still like to pursue, if any of us, this is the first I've heard of this. You said you sent the letter in October. We didn't get a copy of it. Maybe our mayor did. We did not. And I would have liked to have had the opportunity to reach out to the Attorney General. Some of us know him, and it's like, if he knew the situation personally, maybe he could say, is there not some more PSAPs that can be expanded around the state instead of just automatically saying, no, it's the same number as what was decided in 2019. It just seems odd. It just seems odd. We got a different group of people running state government now, and it just seems like they may be able to, not at your level, but at their level, to allow it to continue is what I'm saying. So thank you for coming tonight. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Director Allen.
Mayor?
Yeah, Mindy?
Yes, thank you for coming. We appreciate that. I do want to encourage what Director Burns brought up about maybe having some representation from Northwest Arkansas on that 911 board. So whatever you might be able to do to kind of encourage that, I think that would be helpful, because we are sort of our own little unique area up here, but we're not so little anymore. Growing, as you said. But my question is probably more for Christina. You mentioned that the funding that we would have gotten normally is not reflected in this year's budget, but that doesn't mean that we're not going to still have dispatchers here in Siloam.
Correct.
Okay.
And
So
that was just the
we will
revenue,
just be
not the-
funding them differently.
Yes, the related expenses all included.
Okay, thank you.
Well, Barry, thank you very much. We appreciate you coming, appreciate the information.
Thank you, Mayor
Try.
Nation. I do wish it were under different circumstances. And I appreciate all the comments, and I appreciate the input, and perhaps this does spur discussions on a larger scale. I mean, there's nothing that would stop that from happening, at least having some discussions. The initial discussions we've had, and again, your two chiefs have been very much in conversations with us. Boy, it gets real complicated real quick when we have different CAD systems and different things. Now, all those can be overcome. They just can't be overcome by January 1st, 2026. So I think this will spur additional conversations. And I think just in this whole world, there are more efficiencies and more technology being brought to bear that might be able to help out with that too.
Yes, I'm sure.
Thank you for your time tonight.
Well, Judge, you didn't have to come tonight, and we appreciate you coming. It's more important that it's very important to us that you took the time. We appreciate it.
Well, thank you. Maybe next time I'll come bearing better news. Thank you.
Maybe we can get you on the 911 board.
Yeah.
Maybe so. We'll see. Thanks.
Thank you, Judge. With that, we will now move to our, looks like Chief Miller, a presentation of the IACP conference.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Scott Miller, Chief of Police. It is my great privilege to share with you a recent honor received by the Siloam Springs Police Department. This year, our department was nominated and selected to be one of the highlighted agencies at the International Chiefs of Police Conference in Denver, Colorado. A recognition that placed Siloam Springs among a select group of agencies from around the world for our innovative and cutting-edge approach to officer wellness. In partnership with the IACP, our department was featured in the IACP TV short film series, Stronger Together. This film tells the story of how our department came together and overcame the tragic loss of Sergeant James McFerrin, highlighting the holistic approach our officer wellness focuses on with the mind, body, and spirit. Through this feature, our department showcased not only our response to adversity, but how we transformed this experience into a model of resiliency, compassion, and progress across the nation for others to follow. At this time, I would like to play a short clip of that video for you. the time when we lost Sergeant McFerrin, our department had no resources available to our staff or our officers. There were existing resources regionally. However, our department hadn't quite caught up to those resources. And quite frankly, we were lacking in that, which is another reason why that obstacle of healing through that was so daunting. We were lost. And so finding ourselves and beginning that healing process was a struggle. Had it not been for regional peer-to-peer people in our area, we wouldn't have been able to begin that healing process.
The wellness program consists of the peer support team and the chaplain corps, which I train and supervise to make sure they're equipped to help our officers. But primarily, my primary support is to the officers themselves.
This isn't about surviving the job, it's about thriving in every part of life. We're working to create a culture where asking for help is strength, support is accessible, and resiliency is part of that foundation. We are leading the example not only for our department, but for our community and the broader law enforcement profession. That full video can be seen on YouTube at the IACP TV. At the time when we lost Sergeant McFerrin, our department had no resources available to our staff. In addition to our department being a featured film, I had the distinct honor of presenting at the IACP conference on the topic of technology and officer wellness, leveraging AI for early intervention. This presentation focused on how we used the innovative technology such as our Alley Connect program to proactively identify and address wellness concerns, improving both officer health and operational effectiveness. I want to extend my deepest appreciation to each one of you board of directors for your continued support for our officer wellness and resiliency initiatives. Because of your commitment, we have been able to implement an integrated network of wellness resources, including the Ally Connect platform, the Chaplaincy Corps led by Chaplain Argel Smith, Pastors Gary Wheat and Pat Callahan, a peer-to-peer support program, critical incident stress management debriefs, post-traumatic therapy support, and the first ever hosting of a Leadership, Wellness, and Resiliency Summit here in Siloam Springs, along with our other partners like John Brown University's Center for Healthy Relationships as we launched the new BRAVE program. Our department's leadership in this area extended well beyond the borders of Siloam Springs. We have been instrumental in shaping a statewide initiative for officer wellness, including House Bill 1998, the James McFerrin Leadership, Wellness, and Resiliency Act, and the new Certified Chaplaincy Program. Through those efforts of creating a statewide blueprint supporting first responders' mental, emotional, and spiritual health. These results and initiatives have measurable and meaningful results. 23% reduction in sick time uses over the past 2 years in my department alone. A 92% retention rate excluding retirements and terminations. This is all despite an 18% increase in calls for service over the last 2 years and a 109% increase in violent crime over the last decade. Our department continues to outperform the national average. According to the 2023 FBI Unified Crime Report statistics, the national average for aggravated assaults clearance rates was 64%. The Siloam Springs Police Department's aggravated assault clearance rates is 82%. The national average for burglary clearance rate was 14%. Siloam Springs Police Department's clearance rate for burglary rates is 85%. And we maintain an overall crime clearance rate of 87%. And an overall crime reduction since 2023 of 32%. These numbers reflect not only effective policing, but a department operating at an unprecedented level. In closing, I want to extend again our gratitude and appreciation for your continued support and trust. Your support has made it possible for the Siloam Springs Police Department to build one of the strongest and most compassionate officer wellness programs in the nation. I would also like to give a special thank you to Senator Tyler Dees, Representative Randy Torres, for their unwavering commitment to first responder wellness and for championing statewide initiatives that support these efforts. Their leadership has played a critical role in advancing meaningful, lasting change across Arkansas. And additionally, a heartfelt thanks to Dr. Rosemary Flatten and her team at John Brown University's Center for Healthy Relationships. Their partnership has helped us create the BRAVE program and has become fundamental to our holistic wellness approach and will now be taught to other departments throughout the entire state. And then finally, to our community. Your trust, encouragement, and willingness to support innovative approaches to public safety and officer wellness continue to inspire our department every day. These achievements belong to all of us. Because of the collective support, the dedication of the officers, the Siloam Springs Police Department is operating at an unprecedented level of professionalism, effectiveness, and resilience. And I am truly honored to serve as the Chief of Police of an extraordinary department and community. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. We appreciate you very much. It's an honor for you, for us to have you representing us in such, not only statewide, but nationwide. Sounds to me like our program is going to be used in a lot of different departments. So thank you, your department. So with that, we will move to our consent agenda. Item A, regular meeting minutes, November 4th, 2025. B, special call meeting minutes, October 1st, 2025. Item C, workshop meeting minutes, October 21st, 2025. Item D, grant acceptance, community services, sanitation, Benton County RSWMD for $21,000. Item E, resolution 43-25, setting hearing date for easement vacation, 20504 Bruce Rutherford Drive. And item F, agreement, Siloam Springs Water Resource Company, assignment of leases and rents to GRDA. Directors, is there any item that you would like to have removed for separate consideration? If there is not, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve. Roll call.
Burns,
Yes.
Wiles,
Yes.
Hunt,
Yes.
Rissler,
Yes.
Allen,
Yes.
Carroll,
Yes.
Blair.
Yes.
Motion is approved. With that, we'll move to our staff reports. This will include the fireman's pension minutes from May 19th, 2025, utility commission minutes from September 25, 2025, utility commission minutes from October 2nd, 2025, and the August and September financials. Christina?
The August and September financials are included in your packet, and please let me know if you have any questions or concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Directors, any questions or comments for Christina? If there is not, we will move to our ordinances. Ordinance 25-30, third reading, annexation of 176 acres, the 14,000 to 15,000 block of Arkansas 59, and the 20,600 block of Bill Young Road. Ben?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Ben Rhodes, Senior Planner, and thank you, board members. Before you is the third reading of the annexation, 14,000, 15,000 block of Arkansas Highway 59, also along 2,600 block of Bill Young Road. This was tabled, as you may recall, at the October 6th board meeting, and so I will go through the full presentation this time just as a reminder, since it has been some time since you guys have considered this ordinance. As a reminder, the proposed zoning is R2 and A1, and I'll go into where those are on the map. It is for 176 acres, and The R2 is the default zone that would be coming in automatically with the A1 being selected by the applicant. Because of the A1 zoning, a future land use map amendment will be needed for that agricultural zone, moving from regional commercial on the map to rural residential. And here you see the map that shows the zones selected, as I mentioned, the A1, I mean the southwest corner there along Highway 59 with the R2 to the further north. And the R2 is consistent with the future land use map. Our long-term plan is to rezone the bottom area to commercial once development is feasible for that parcel. And the annexation does include parts of all the abutting right-of-ways, Arkansas 59, Bill Young, and Airport Road. Staff has not received any plans at this time for any future development or either parcel. And then here is just the overview of the future land use map. As you see on the right-hand side with the red section for regional commercial, the reason that map has to be amended was because those agricultural uses are not consistent with the map guidance. But the applicant is selecting the A1 specifically for the current land use, just so they are staying consistent with the proposed zoning as it comes in. Staff's finding that this remains consistent with future land use map with the requested map amendment. I do want to make the board aware that we did receive 2 comments since the last reading, the second reading. We had an office visit from a gentleman wanting to know information about the airport and how that might be impacted by the proposed residential to the north. And then we also received an email, I believe today, and that should have been put at your places and I think also received to you as well as in your emails. With that, we're available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. I appreciate that. I will make the board aware that Mr. Kellstrom and also Blake, and I'm not sure, I'm sorry, I don't remember Blake's last name, but both of those gentlemen that are with this company, they contacted myself and Christina, had asked for time, excuse me, to actually make a presentation to this board. Said it would take approximately 10 minutes or so. I asked them if they would send this email to you all kind of with the bullet points covering the questions that they knew that had been asked at the previous readings. So that is why you have that in front of you. I had hoped that you would have that for your review. That way, if you had further questions that were not addressed here, that we could get that taken care of pretty quickly. But I just wanted you to be aware of that they had contacted us, and that's what I had asked them to do. So with that, I will ask you first, do you have any questions for Ben?
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Ben, I have a question. It says it's 176 acres, but then under lot standards consistency for the A1, says the subject property proposal is 75 acres, and for the R2, 20 acres. Where's the other 80 acres or so?
Let me get that pulled up here on my report. 1 minute.
Cindy, can you pull your microphone over toward you?
Did you hear my question since I didn't have my microphone up?
Yeah, I believe what you were saying is that when we did the zoning consistency for the different zones, you're asking about the acreage, and I realize I'm not on the right report here, but that there was an inconsistency.
Your memo says that it consists of 176 acres, but then under lot standards consistency for both the A1, or for A1, it says that the proposal is for 75 acres to be rezoned to A1, and for the R2 rezoning, it says it's 20 acres. But that's only 95 acres there. What's the other 76 or 80?
It may have been a mistype there. All I can say is that the A1 and R2 are the only zones being considered, so adding those up together should get the 176. So it may have just been a mistype in the memo.
Okay, are they about even? The picture, it looks like the proposed R2, is the proposed R2 sort of an L shape?
Yeah, the proposed R2 is the northern section there.
Right. Does it include the L, the
Yeah.
backwards L?
Yeah, it would be the larger of the two sections, yeah.
And that's where the development would go?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I'll look in that again and see what happened there. That should all add up. But.
For the sake of the citizens who are here specifically about this development, I think it might be helpful to share this information with them.
Let them have the
If someone from
presentation.
Mud Puddle could do that?
I don't mind sharing mine.
So how are you asking that it be shared
Well,
with
Mud
them?
Puddle can share it.
Go ahead and do the presentation they plan to.
Well,
We got this in the email.
Yeah,
we've got the information, but the citizens don't have the information, so it might be helpful.
I can present what was in my email. Now, unfortunately, I do not have my own email with me, but I'd be happy to.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, I know what I did.
So we are kind of running off script here. Blake Murray might have some engineering considerations to talk to you all about. And I think if y'all have questions on that, he'd be happy to talk to you. But the gist of the email is as follows. So to start, there's been some questions about what kind of a development this will be, and in particular, who is developing it. I know that some citizens and some city council members have expressed preference for some developers over others, or perhaps more accurately, disdain for certain developers. The developer who we plan to sell this project to is Schuber Mitchell. They've been along with us the whole way. They are have been apprised of the progress of this development, and we're looking forward to selling it to them so they can develop it. If you are all familiar with Schuber Mitchell, it's higher quality homes. They design good neighborhoods and they design nice homes, so it's going to be a high quality development. Now there is a bit on drainage here that I think I'm going to, once I finish, get Blake up here to discuss. Development in the county, there's been some conversations about what this project would look like if it was not annexed and rezoned and we had to develop it in the county. Specifically that it's not a viable project or that it can't be done unless it's annexed. And I just want to make it clear that that is not true. We have looked into what it would look like if we developed it in the county, and if this doesn't pass, we're gonna continue pursuing that, and we think a viable project can be done. It can be developed at 1 unit per acre by right on septic. Now, we could take that to the Benton County Planning Board, and there's a decent likelihood we could get a higher density than that. That would come along with the fact that, again, all these homes would not be on sanitary sewer, they'd be on septic, and the county has a lot less stringent or a lot less restrictive drainage and engineering guidelines in general. So all of this is to say that annexation in this instance, I think, is a way of protecting this property. It would ensure that it has the drainage regulations and the water quality and the engineering regulations of Siloam Springs. And it would also allow us to build a higher quality development. Some concerns have also been raised about infrastructure, notably about sewer. A sewer extension would be necessary for this project. We would be responsible for paying for the full cost of that sewer upgrade, and it would be run quite a long distance up 59. That would serve this property. It could also serve other properties on 59, like the property that's also being annexed with this. Road conditions have also been brought up. When a developer submits a development plan to a city, the city has the right to ask for reasonable and proportionate upgrades along with that development based on its impact. The most common by far of those conditions and upgrades that are requested by cities are road improvements. This has a great deal of frontage along Airport Road. I know that Airport Road has been something that people have been concerned about. We almost certainly would have to upgrade that. That's a pretty normal part of subdivision development. Bill Young Road has also been brought up. I can't predict the future. I don't have a crystal ball, but I can tell you that the R2 portion has direct access to 59 as well as Airport Road, and it does have a small amount of access to Bill Young. If I lived in that neighborhood, I would probably be exiting 259 and going south to 412 or going north on 59, or I would be taking Airport Road to 412. I don't find it likely that any of these residents would be using Bill Young all that often. And again, that's coming not from an engineering standpoint, but that's just, if I lived in this neighborhood, I can't really imagine why I'd be on Bill Young a lot of times. So with that, I'm gonna swap off and I'm going to let Blake talk on the drainage and environmental concerns. Thank you all.
Hello, Blake Murray with Crafts and Toll. To answer your question just a second ago that you were asking him, it's 100.9 acres is the mud puddle R2, and then the 75.1 is the other agricultural. So, sorry, wanted to say that before I forgot. And my last name's Murray, Blake Murray.
Thank you, Blake.
Anyways, yeah, since our last meeting, we've been hard at work trying to talk to people and figure out, you know, what all the issues are. Went out and met with Mr. Butler at his house late October. We drove the surrounding area, predominantly staying on Airport Road and Bill Young Road, just kind of looking at the site. In that, we talked about drainage, environmental considerations. Those are the main items other than the items that Will just talked about. So the drainage, obviously Siloam Springs has a better, more robust drainage manual than the county. I mean, the county is, as long as the peak is less than existing, you know, you're really fine. And even sometimes that can be massaged a little bit. I know in Washington County it was standard. An increase was okay as long as it was a reasonable increase for a number of years. Siloam obviously has a much more robust manual. So y'all would have the ability to regulate, you know, the water that's going through the channel on our southern side, making sure that we're meeting quantity requirements. This property lies downstream from the Butler's property, so whatever we do here, you know, water drains downhill, right? So we shouldn't be having any negative impacts on his property. That being said, we'll do the proper drainage study, uphill, downhill, do what's called a HECRAS analysis where you analyze the channel. That's a federal program where we look at floodplains and stuff like that. This will go through the whole ringer on drainage. So if a culvert upgrade needs to happen, we're proposing detention ponds that are going to be retention ponds that are going to have water quality, water quantity. Water quality is not currently regulated, to my knowledge, by Siloam Springs, but all of our subdivisions, we do that. So it'll be a series of wet ponds that trap total suspended solids and protect the environment. You know, it's at the headwaters of Sager Creek, so we don't take this lightly. We completely understand the fears of development at the headwaters of a creek like that. So we'll utilize those retention ponds to treat water quality and water quantity. So, and I think my counterpart talked about most things. I know that, like he was saying, Schuber Mitchell, you know, they're a great developer that do a lot of great developments in Northwest Arkansas, and I think the current plan is to install ornamental fence running down Bill Young and Airport Road, both as, you know, ornamental in terms of it'll be wooden fence with like brick columns and then a double row of trees. So I know there's been some concerns about visibility between the chicken houses in this development and smell and stuff like that. And we're hoping the double rows of trees, thick vegetation and stuff like that, the ornamental fence, all of those things will help, A, keep people off of his land, and B, hopefully help with the odors as well from when that does happen. So happy to answer any questions y'all have.
Thank you, Blake. Appreciate that. Will, thank you. So directors, do you have questions for the developers? If not, yes, Brad.
I don't have any questions other than I appreciate them calling me consistently to see if I've changed my stance. So good work.
So is there anyone else in the audience that would like to address this ordinance?
I do have one more question. I just want to clarify something. You said county regulations would allow one house on septic per acre? Is that what you said?
County regulations allow for 1 unit an acre by right, but you can, of course, submit a site plan and get conditional approval for a greater density than that, but they would, by default, they would be on septic. Now, there could be some ability to hook into the Siloam Springs sewer system. I would leave that question for Chris, who's disappeared on us, but, yes.
But with the city, how many houses could fit on an acre? How many houses would we allow? Do we allow 7,000 square foot for a single-family home?
Yeah, that's the minimum size in R2.
Or a lot?
Yeah. I just also wanted to point out something about the staff report that from your original question about the 75.1 and the 25.35 not adding up. That statement "and higher" refers to that there's other lots, that the 25.35 is just the smallest of the R2 lots. There are other lots as well, and when adding those up, you would get to 176. So that's why that didn't add up in the report. I just wanted to clarify that.
Just a mistake on my part, but I just want to clarify that.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, it's confusing, and I could have written that better, but that's what that "and higher" refers to on that, so.
I know.
Yes.
You referenced that you're going to have higher-end homes you're proposing higher-end homes. What kind of square footage are you looking at?
We can't speak to the exact square footage today on what that would look like. I mean, those lot sizes, I believe, are 60, are those 60-foot wide minimums?
Yes, sir, that's
Yeah.
65 minimum. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. We don't have a site plan that we've put together at this point to know, but at an absolute minimum, I would say, you're looking at the 45 to 50 foot law range, depending on house width, depending on side setbacks and those kind of things. So I'd be shocked if we're less than 1,800. I mean, I think that would be a bare bone minimum, and then you'd have 2 stories and stuff like that. So you'd have bigger options as well, smaller options. The goal is for catering to all stages of life, right? For entry-level houses to mid-range houses to high-end houses. I think they want to mix for all qualities of life.
Okay, so, okay. That's fine. No, thanks.
Yes, ma'am.
Anyone else?
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
he was referencing Schubert Mitchell. I believe they are the developer on Davidson Road, if anybody wants a reference of homes. I think that's the sign that's out front. That's the only one I know around here that
I
has,
did one off Kenwood, maybe.
is there
They've
another
done
one?
2 in town.
I just know I see the one on Davidson, and they have that big flappy sign out there. Turn around, you missed the home. So I think it's Schubert Mitchell is the name on those.
It is.
There's been other ones that, like on Oak Crest, that are like a developer that has had a reputation. But Schubert, I think, is supposed to be all right, yeah. And I will just say, I appreciate these 2 gentlemen coming. Like Brad, I appreciate their dogged, never getting tired to try to reach me. I appreciate the relationship this city has had with Craft and Toll for many, many years. It's a long, and it's a very respectable company, and I appreciate Craft and Toll a lot.
Lisa? Oh, okay. So while you're thinking about that, Chris, just because the airport's, I've always been kind of protective of our airport, whenever things are being said and done. You made mention that there might be 2-story homes there. Is that in relation to where this is in our airport?
So what'll happen is, Madam Mayor, what'll happen is this project, once they get to the preliminary plat phase, our airport manager will get a copy of that through our advisory staff committee that makes comments. If he feels it's necessary, he'll submit that to Garver, which is our third-party contract that will review it for any FAA requirements.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Now, Lisa?
I appreciate the email. Can you go in a little bit more detail about the flooding? I understand water goes downhill. So if it goes downhill and the Butlers are at the end of that downhill and you're going to have all that surface there, how is it going to not cause more problems on them?
They're uphill of us.
Oh, okay, I was thinking you were downhill of it.
The site drains from east to west, draining underneath the highway and then ultimately to Sacred Creek.
Some of the county put in a new culvert out there, and that wasn't sufficient enough.
Which culvert are we talking about? Are you talking about under Airport Road, I'm guessing?
Yes.
Yes, oh, and we've had discussions with Mr. Butler as well, if that thing's undersized, we're gonna replace it.
Oh, okay, so, okay,
Yes, ma'am.
thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Reed.
I know that as a landowner, you should have the opportunity to be able to do as you see fit legally on your property, just as the neighbors would be. But I do appreciate how you're looking to be that good neighbor, reaching out because the neighbors are well established, and I think the opportunity to have good open conversations is a necessity on this.
Yes, sir.
And also being able to work with the airport to the south and the chicken houses to the north. I know with the chicken houses, they used to come and go pretty quick, but the way they're doing them now is they'll just upgrade them so they could be there a good while.
Yes, sir.
And I know we've talked about having an HOA or a POA within that so that whoever buys a home there understands where they're going to be.
Definitely.
Not necessarily as a negative, but just so that they know what's going on, and I don't wake up one morning and realize that there's chickens to the north of them, and they didn't see that right away. But being that good neighbor, I think takes more than just relationship between now and the beginning, but also continued.
Yes, sir.
And from what I'm seeing, you're making that effort, and I'd like for Steve or for Austin to be able to have that opportunity to have some input on that.
Absolutely.
I know it's not necessarily their dollars, whatever, but to be that neighbor, I think is good. And thank you. And Christina, I have a question for you on that. If we were to not annex and they go ahead and build, and then when the time comes for them to annex, we would be looking at considerable more dollars as a city to annex that in and take care of all the utilities. Can you tell us about that a little bit, please?
So the north part of this, up towards Bill Young Road and up Airport Road, is part of Carroll Electric's territory. So if they were to build all of those houses and put Carroll Electric utilities there, then we would have to buy out Carroll Electric, and that is typically the depreciated value of all of the assets plus 355 times every meter's annual income. So we would not be able to annex them realistically in the future, in the foreseeable future.
As in, be pretty much cost prohibitive.
Correct.
Okay.
Betsy?
Madam Mayor, I'm going to ask this. I've heard lots of different things, but I want to clarify for the public. They talked about doing septic and possibly city sewer, and I've been told they can't do city sewer unless you touch city limits, which then I was told that wasn't accurate. I've asked multiple people and multiple times. My understanding, and this would probably be for Josh, is if they meet the requirements and they're not annexed, they can tie into city sewer.
To be honest, I am not completely sure at this time, but I can get that answer and get back to you.
Okay, because
tomorrow.
I was given an example of like Castlewood doesn't touch city property, but they have city sewer. So the potential is there for city sewer.
Yes.
Just because they don't
I
touch
will-
property
I will
doesn't
find
mean,
out and get back to you
okay,
tomorrow, I promise.
thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I think maybe Chris or Ben has something they would like to say. I can see them conferring over there.
Madam Mayor, may I
Yes.
speak? So just to clarify that, so if the property abuts to the city limits and they have the ability to annex and they want city utilities, they are required to first annex before they get city utilities. If the property is separated, so there's several lots separated off from it and they can't annex even if they wanted to, there's no such requirement because they can't annex first. We do the pre-annexation agreements when or if the city line gets close enough where they can be annexed in. But for the instance, Castlewood, they can't annex in. They don't touch city limit boundary anywhere on any side. So,
Madam Mayor.
Chris.
And just on that note, I believe Castlewood is another example of Schubert Mitchell Homes. I just thought that would be relevant.
Where is Castle?
Davidson.
Oh, well, that's what I was talking about. Okay.
All right. David?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to express what, long before when we first, months ago, started talking about this, that the way I understood when I spoke to Austin Butler, that if this is annexed and the development comes to the city, we still have a control over it at the preliminary plat stage. Whereas if it was in the county, we would not have any say, and our restrictions are much higher, stronger, tougher than the county. Therefore, I thought it would be in his best interest, since it is going to develop whether it's annexed or not. They've made that clear. So therefore, before it comes to us as a preliminary plat and during the actual vote at our board level, we would have more say to make sure that they abide by what the city wishes them to do, which we could certainly make sure any questions, advice, requests by the Butlers would be listened to by this board. So that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
kind of along that same note, I think also, because that's my understanding too, what Director Allen just said about we would have a little bit more control over what does happen. We would also be assuming responsibility for drainage issues and other things as well, along with the contract. We would try to make sure none of those things exist, but if they're in the city limits, then it's within the right of those that are affected by anything that may happen to come to the city and us help them, correct?
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
When you have a subdivision, if there's drainage in that subdivision, there's two types of drainage. There's private drainage and then there's public. Public can exist in two forms. The public drainage can exist in the right-of-way or in a drainage easement. It can also exist in city-owned parcels. So for example, if a detention pond were dedicated to the city, then that would be city-owned property, so we would also be responsible for that. If there's any private drainage associated with that, then that would be the individual property owners. However, as long as there's a drainage easement or in the public right-of-way, then those homeowners would be able to contact the city. We can expend city funds and public funds on drainage that's in drainage easements.
Anyone else? Yes, Brad?
So I try to be as kind as possible to this development. The thing that concerns me here, I was a Boy Scout. What happened?
Thank you all for being here.
So the thing that concerns me here, after attending the Quorum Court with Benton, Washington County, we had the conversation took place at this historical meeting about how do we transition from county into a city with residential. And so this is an R2 medium proposed development. So take a look what R2 medium looks like. That is our northeast. We'll never change that. The Butler family, I spoke to them. I appreciate you guys reaching out. They're not going anywhere. That's generational land. So that's not going to be developed in our lifespan of any board member here. That's just real life. I'm almost humored by throwing the septic tank because really at the end of the day with your development out there, it is a gamble. As talking to an engineer that works in the city, this is about money. It's about profit and return. So you're going to develop what is most economically viable for the people you're working for. That's just real life. The lessons we learned off Kenwood when we built in a wet prairie, we're still trying to fix that today. When I was last on the board, we had a low-impact development presentation by RWP. I've said since I'm on the board, I'm just a month 11, my first year in, right? I think our stormwater management is poor. And I say that because we just had people here at the last meeting that from development that we have done as a city, and it's not Lawless Ranch, it's development upstream. This comes all the way off of Hyco and it trickles through. I just walked it last week, and we're flooding houses out. And so as we develop here, that is the most upstream area that we as a city can develop. And we don't have the tools in place to manage that water. And I'm not talking 4 years from now, I'm talking generational. It is going to develop. The voters just annexed in or just voted for no annexation. So the cheapest way for us to annex is raw land. That's 100% correct. There's nothing on there. It benefits us to provide that subdivision so we can create more income. Having said that, I don't think we're there yet as a city. Number one, we are in the middle of a transitioning to a city administrator. Right now, we're just kind of in lollygag mode. We need leadership back in the city. We need to upgrade our stormwater management plan. We've got a 2021, what is it? It is our drainage maintenance plan. And we just had a conversation as a board that, we're still having arguments over low-level retention ponds. We're not managing our water properly. You're coming into virgin prairie that when it rains, it swells, and when it dries, it sinks. So today, I just did an area called Healing Springs. It's an RDOT on your way to Cave Springs, right? And I do land management with fire. And I'm just telling you right now, this is going to impact us if we don't slow down and reevaluate what we're about to create here. We're about to create a large area of hard surface that eventually drains down. And as this area develops and you go across and keep going into Siloam, and that will develop, is that the city doesn't have the tools in place to require a developer to meet our standard. And I know our standard's higher than the county, but my unit of measure is not the county. We struggle with the issue on Kenwood. It was a 50-50 split. Doing one side of the road to city standard, and you think the county's gonna build the other side of the road to city standard? I just came in on Bill Young Road. I've been here for a little bit, and I could tell you that it's a nightmare on 412 and Airport Road. We just put another subdivision on that end, and we promised those citizens that we would improve that road. That's in Director Blair's road. That road has not been improved yet. RDOT tells us we can't put an intersection in there. Try to shoot across over to Gum Springs. It's tough. They want to put a four-way in on 59 in Bill Young Road. You've got 18-wheeler traffic. We're going to improve a short section there, but it doesn't solve the problem. In my humble opinion, it's time to slow the wheels down, and we've got to look at infrastructure on the road. What is the county willing to do? And as the conversation went tonight, it could go either way, right? I mean, there's no guarantees. We're getting a handshake here. I'm not a fan of urban sprawl, even though I'm 100% for annexation, but the voters spoke. I spoke to you about R1 and planned development. Planned development actually gives us some input on this. You're going to come to us with a cookie cutter piece of housing to meet a need, but that need's got to meet it's not the need of Siloam. The need of Siloam is to be more cost effective by doing infill and not going out to urban sprawl. The transition from here to do a subdivision, PD and FD can sign off on it all they want, but I could tell you from spending time in the FD world, you are stretching our resources thin, and within a short period of time, PD and FD will be up here asking to build a station of some sort to that side of town. We're not there yet. They've already made the request to consolidate. We don't have the money. I mean, it just keeps compounding. Airport Road and Bill Young Road are a rebuild. I mean, it's just, the cost just keeps adding up. But the thing that weighs heavy on me is that we don't have the proper tools in place to make sure that we are managing our upstream before we impact downstream. And that's the thing there. And the final one is, I asked at the last that A1 in the verbiage that they commit to a C2, and your comment, they don't want to do that right now. And so, and I also mentioned to you, if you left out the R2 proposed area and we just looked at annexing the A1 in, that it'd have to go through another reading. So I'll just tell you now, I don't have a problem with the A1, because what I anticipate them to do is that when R2 meets their price point on market value, because that's what this is about. It's about money for an investor, right? That's what it's about, risk benefit. So they're going to do that. Who wants to commit to a C2 if they do well with that, because that leaves A1 open to whatever kind of development you want. And so that lack of commitment there already plants the seed, even though it's two different folks, but it plants the seed that, it calls the question. I don't like handshakes. It's a city thing. I've got to be responsible. And I think as a city, we're not there. I don't think we're going to be responsible developing that. Yes, it is the headwaters. Yes, we have a responsibility, and I want to make sure I meet that responsibility. If and when we get that done, and I hope it's in 26, which I anticipate because staff is on it. We'll have the Unified Development Code. I hope we go into some other things. And once we get those in place, I think the city's in a healthier position for that land to be developed. And that is my observations. Thanks, sir.
Directors, anyone else?
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
In the last 5 years, even 10 years ago, I called for a moratorium on development in this city because of the willy-nilly just continued, Brad calls it urban sprawl. It has taken off in every direction. There's nothing we can do about it because, as Reed said, if somebody owns a piece of property, they ought to be able to do what they want with it. That is a fact. The fact is, whether they sell it to a developer or whether they develop the themselves, the land is going to be developed. The land has sat there, could have been bought by other people in the last 50 years and was not. Now that somebody wants to turn it into a development and make some money on it, we are going to be more in control of making the surrounding land protected by requiring detention ponds, drainage, otherwise not necessarily required by the county. You want to talk about a lot of water going on the outside piece of property, let the county take control. If this comes to our city to approve a development and it's annexed already, number one, as Christina said, we're not having to buy it later. I mean, I was the one candidate last year who said, I'm against this annexation vote, because I wasn't for it. I thought it was too big of a bite. I thought it was ridiculous for us to be responsible for the amount. The candidates to my right were all for it. So I'm really kind of lost here that this one piece is that big of a deal, in that we said when the people voted no, the only way we can annex now is in small chunks of people asking to be annexed. Well, that's what this is. I think we're trying our best to protect the people we know that live out there by doing what is right, by having more control. And if we don't annex it, it's going to be developed by the owners under the county rules. And if anyone, I think what I was hearing, Mindy, were you alluding that we could be responsible for outside this development?
It was
The drainage of people?
It was a question, if they're in the city.
No, I'm saying outside of this development. There's a question that we could be liable for.
The question was, if this development causes problems to
Surrounding
areas, are we then responsible for that? That was a question.
I don't know why we would here and we haven't been before. And if we are able to reaffirm whatever our planning department requires on detention by having it annexed, I think we are doing everything we can to look out for the ones that are surrounding the property now. Because it's set there, like I said, it's set there empty. And if there was a desire to never see it developed, then that should have been taken advantage of at the time. Now someone is, and I mean, I'm the one that called for a moratorium, and everybody said I was crazy. But simply because I agree with Brad, we need a better handle, control plan, whatever you want to call it, for all drainage, not just this drainage, not just in certain sections. But the leadership of the city doesn't have anything to do with it, because I believe all of our department leaders are running their department properly, whether we have a city administrator that's interim or whether we don't have one for 5 months, whatever. Every department head is in place and doing their job to make sure the city's operating properly. So I think we have a control over this that we would not if we did not annex it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, David. Yes, Brad?
For Director Allen, my thing on this is simply drainage. And what separates this from other property is that this one is actually contributory to Sager. Sager actually runs on farther north, comes in off Chesapeake Prairie, and then comes in there. So that's the actual contributor to that. But it is a contributory to that. So, and what concerns me is, you know, water quality as we dump in, because at the end of the day, it discharges into Oklahoma. And, you know, there's some problems we've had in the past. So I'm just going from lessons that I've learned previously on the board and some of the workshops that we've had here. And so for this one here, for me, is specifically drainage. That's what it is. I'm not threatened by a buyout. In fact, you know, you can have that part and have fun with that. I'd rather keep my obligation to the people that actually live on Airport Road that have to still deal with 412. And so I think dumping that load on there, you know, traffic, I understand traffic, but it's just not as simple of what road you would choose to take. Because I'll give you an example. If you lived out there, you'd go down Bill Young Road, hang a right on Fairmont, and come out on the lower end of 412 and be much more safer crossing on the bottom of the hill than coming up on a horizon line with zero visibility. So, and that's neither here nor there. But for me specifically, in a nutshell, it is the drainage. We've had drainage concerns brought here. I don't think our standard is there yet. And I appreciate the comments that you made. But those are just, you know, comments. But like Director Allen said, you know, whether I'm a no vote or not and it passes, then you're going to come there and then we're going to have this conversation again, right? And we're going to have some control over it. And then I'll raise those questions again.
Mayor, I've got.
Yeah, Reed had asked,
Oh,
so
okay.
I'm going to go to
Sorry.
Reed.
I'd like to ask Chris if you have some input on this on a drainage standpoint, please.
So I'm going to give a standard answer. The City of Siloam Springs has adopted the City of Siloam Springs Drainage Criteria Manual. Whenever we receive a new preliminary plat, it is also accompanied by a drainage report. That drainage report has to meet the minimum requirements of code, and everybody gets upset at me when I say that because it uses the word minimum. That's a requirement that's set forth in law. Just because we say the word minimum doesn't mean we're just doing the bare minimum. It means we have achieved a standard in our code, and we verify that that standard has been met. We cannot require them to do more than the standards that we set in our code unless we show that it has a legitimate interest for the project. We have to establish a rational nexus with any requirement, and it has to be fortified within our code. So we achieve that by ensuring that whenever they submit that drainage report, that it meets all of the requirements. It's my understanding that in the county, the standard is set at default at a 10-year storm, unless otherwise the county planning board decides to go at a higher level. However, in the City of Siloam Springs, we set our standards, I believe, to a 100-year storm, and I believe we have a freeboard requirement beyond that. What does that mean? It does not mean that we are saying that there will be less water coming off of this project at the end of it. We're not going to sit here and pretend like a lot of development equals less water. There will be more water coming off the site. It will just be managed so that it doesn't come off at the same time. We refer to that as controlling that peak discharge. So those are typically in this part of the country done through detention ponds. So that slow releases that water. It collects the higher amount of water and it slow releases it over time. And it typically does that at the lowest point or the same point where it previously would have drained. We are looking at some improvements. We're always looking for improvements on our drainage criteria manual. And we do find, you know, there's always going to be room for us to improve it, and we are going to be considering that over the next year. However, if this project is submitted prior to those going through, even if we, excuse me, even if we change the drainage criteria manual, they will be required to follow the one that is in place at the time of the preliminary plat submittal. So if they submitted this tomorrow, then the current preliminary plat, the current drainage criteria manual requirements would be the maximum that we can enforce at that location. Does that answer the question?
Does that answer the question?
Thank you, Chris.
Okay. Anyone else? David?
I was just going to address Brad's comments about Sager Creek headwaters here. My concern, if the county was in charge, if we didn't annex, we've already been told, and it is true, that septic would go in. And when I heard that a minute ago, the first thing I thought was, and I didn't even think about what Brad was pointing out, this is contributing to Sager Creek, but I would not want to be living in this area with a well and have septic from a development of many, many homes right next door. Maybe that's just my own personal opinion, but I'm just like, that's quite a bit different than those homes being on sewer. And so, yeah, we know what septic can do and the problems it can create. And, but if it were to actually be leaching into the headwaters of Sager Creek, I think that would definitely be a worry and a concern. And I appreciate the education, Brad. I did not know that is where Sager Creek begins, one of the beginnings.
Thank you, David. Anyone else? Blake, you have something you want to say?
Always. It's good and bad, right? My wife tells me all the time that I should stop, but I won't, you know. I will say, you know, we've developed projects like this before, Brad, and I get what you're saying, but we've done similar projects like this in Fayetteville, which has, you know, some prairie lands, lowlands, those kind of things. We've worked through all of those with city staff. I feel confident with the staff of Siloam Springs that given the opportunity to work with them, we can come to a solution that hopefully makes everybody happy on water quality and quantity. Like Mr. Paxton was saying, I mean, y'all don't have, and I just briefly skimmed y'all's drainage manual. I mean, the BMP, or sorry, the water quality section in the drainage manual is mainly related to best management practices for like erosion control, ADEQ, those kind of things. We do a lot of work in Fayetteville where, you know, water quality is paramount. You know, it's one of the things. They have four different things they're looking for in detention pond design, right? They got water quality. They have peak flow rates, which comprise 2 points for some reason. And then you have this thing called channel protection volume, which I think is equally important here. I don't know if y'all know a whole lot about channel protection volume, but basically it takes the lower year storm events and releases them over 40 hours. And that helps with, they found that most of the erosion that was happening downstream was the more frequent storm events, the things that happen every year where you get a 2-inch rainfall event, those kind of things. So those are some of the things we can implement. But I will say the wet ponds do get rid of 80% of the total suspended solids typically, which is all we do in the central United States. I think the Northeast does some other stuff as well, but it does help with the water quality substantially. I think it's the only water quality treatment thing that can survive long-term with total suspended solids. So it really is a good option. We've been doing it for years. I'm happy to answer any questions on that. The traffic congestion on Bill Young Road and Airport Road, I mean, step one for us is hiring a traffic consulting engineer to look at both of those roads, right? If we're gonna have however many lots this is going out on these roads, we need to know the existing capacity of the highway that we're tying into as well as both of those roads. And we're gonna listen to their recommendations for what they think, and we'll present that to y'all with a preliminary plat. So it's certainly not, and that's by a third party. That has nothing to do with us. I will say, yeah, sprawl, I think we deal with the definition of sprawl all the time in all the cities. And what is sprawl, what is not sprawl? I will say that developing next to a highway and your airport is probably the direction I feel like you'd want development around your airport. That just seems like a good place. And we'll say we are extending sewer all the way up here, so it serves not only our property, but 11 other parcels with the potential to expand it to the north in the future should the city ever annex more land. So we are offering to invest heavily in the city to make this happen. So I can't speak on the police department and fire department dispatch distances or the timeline. I'm sure somebody in this room probably could. But I will say, you know, the A1 to C2, I mean, unfortunately, that's not our land. We can't make that change for that developer, but I do know he is interested in one day making that C2. So happy to answer any questions.
Perfect, thank you very much. So Steve, you have something you want to say?
Yes, ma'am, if I can.
If you would, yes, come and give us your name and your address, please.
My name is Steve DeVoe, 15040 Airport Road, Siloam Springs. Madam Mayor, City Council, thank you. The drainage is the big issue here. I own land on Airport Road, Bill Young Road, and Russell Road. All three, and I lease the 80 acres across from Bill Young Road on the north side. As you well know, that connects with Chesney Prairie up there. It's a floodplain. If anybody spent any time up there, they know it's a floodplain. It starts up at the northwest corner up by Butler's Chicken Houses. It comes across McReynolds' land, and then it comes back across ours on Bill Young Road, comes back around Butler's Chicken Houses on Airport Road, and then goes across Airport Road over to 59. The culvert that they are talking about, they put in 4 years ago, the county did, that was just a Band-Aid. And it already looks like a inchworm hump. As the cars come down Airport Road doing 50, 60 mile an hour, they come off the ground and fly through the air. So they're talking about putting a bigger culvert in, or more culverts. Well, the first thing they're gonna have to do is they're gonna have to raise the road. I don't know that they're gonna raise the road that much. We already have problems there. I have 3 ponds that are holding back that water. I take out one of those ponds, that's gonna create more problems. I think there needs to be a USGS study done. I don't know that the city has ever considered that, but that'll give you inches and not feet. When you're talking with developers, they're talking feet and not inches. Mr. Allen discussed the 100 acres and why somebody's now concerned with the development on it. Several years ago, the city had the opportunity to buy that piece of ground. The city elected not to take that. They could have expanded their airport. The airport's a moneymaker for the city here. That's what should have been done. My concern is the flooding. My shop floods now. The last 3 years it's flooded. I get 1.5 inches to 2 inches of water through it when we get large rains. So if we don't do anything about the flooding and the drainage, it's going to get worse on my side. When it gets worse on my side, I'm going to take out some ponds. When I take out some ponds, I'm going to drop more water onto the city. It's just that simple. Because I'm not going to flood out over there. So, as a city council, you guys need to make some decisions on what you want to do. Thank you.
Thank you. So anyone else? So we've had a pretty long discussion, and the name of Butler has come up a lot during these discussions, so I'm just going to ask, would the Butlers like to say anything? Do they have any comments they would like to make?
Austin Butler, 15112 Airport Road. So everything Director Burns said is 100% right. Everything Steve just said is 100% right. So my family's been raising chickens in this area for generations. Currently, there is my grandfather, my father, myself, 2 brothers, and we've all got kids coming up that are actively doing this. This spot right here that we're talking about, just to the north of the R2 and to the east, that's the hub of everything that we do. And we plan to be there, we have to be there for a very long time. We've got so much invested in that, we can't, it would never make sense for us to be able to sell that to a developer. A developer would not be able to afford to pay what that's worth. If it ever does sell, which we have no intention in selling, but if it ever did sell, it's gonna be to somebody else that's gonna raise chickens there, okay? We've been there for, my family moved into this area in the 1870s. So we're very familiar with the prairie. We're very familiar with the drainage, the issues. And I know that this prairie is so flat, the smallest screw up, and everybody, yeah, okay, the Siloam has you build to a 100-year flood. Well, my gosh, that happens 3 times a year now. How is that helping anything? And so I know because my house is directly east of where the drainage comes under Airport Road. So currently, whenever we get these rains that are not even considered a 100-year rain, if the water was about 6 inches higher, my house would be underwater. Okay? I sent pictures to the board, and I know that some of the board, really took that into consideration. Some of them, though, believe that I was taking pictures of a one-time event, that's the worst it's ever been. Well, no, that's not at all what it was. And in fact, the pictures that I sent are not even the worst it has been. Just a few months ago, we had a rain that it wasn't even on anyone else's radar. It wasn't one of the big 100-year rains, but Airport Road right in front of my house was totally underwater. It was completely underwater. And yeah, the culverts, they probably need to be bigger, but the real issue is there's nowhere for the water to go. It's not just that culvert right there that's the problem. The problem is everything from where my house is all the way clear across 59. We also lease land across 59. That's that same drainage. It's where that same drainage comes across 59. We've leased land over there ever since I was a kid. It's the same deal. There's just nowhere for the water to go. And so I don't understand unless they basically develop this and fill it full of ponds to hold the water. I don't understand how that water is not going to back up. I also don't have a whole lot of faith in any kind of guarantees from the city as far as it not being a problem, because currently my grandfather owns land just west of Atwoods, and we're getting flooded out there by Atwoods. And we received guarantees from the city. I say guarantees. We were told that this would be fixed. A lot of you know about this issue. It's never been fixed. And we've been told now it's not going to be fixed. And so currently you can drive out there to my grandfather's land just west of Atwoods, and we've got water that's shin high all the time that's killing trees out there. Because even though the developer developed it to the plan, to the minimum requirements, and I'm not saying that in a bad way, but to the minimum requirements, it wasn't right. It didn't work. And so we're getting flooded out. So yeah, I have a lot of concern, primarily the drainage. Now, the roads are a total mess. I still haven't heard anything that makes sense to me that's going to fix that. It's a city-county relationship on both Airport and Bill Young Road. It's going to continue to be, even if this is annexed, and I've not heard anything at all that makes me believe that if this happens, that these roads are going to be fixed. Maybe I've missed it. I don't know, but so far I haven't heard it. So all that being said, yes, I'm very concerned, and I think I've got a right to be, just considering not only the other drainage issues that the city has that I'm not involved with at all, but then we directly have been the recipient of being flooded out because, you know, somebody else, a developer came in, developed land, and it wasn't done in a way that made sense. And so, yeah, that's where I'm at, so.
So if you don't mind, I would like to ask you a question, and if you don't want to answer, that's fine. But as the landowner and the person that, as you say, you and your family have already been directly affected by and could possibly be by this development. But we've heard from the developer that it's going to happen. They're going to develop that land one way or the other. So as a landowner, would you rather see it be under the city's restrictions, I guess, or the guidelines, or by the counties?
Well, okay.
And if you don't want to answer, that's fine. But I mean, to me, that's kind of where we are. It's going to be developed, so would you rather see it be the city or?
Well, I'm not sure, so I'm not sure that this is, I don't know if this is necessarily an answer or not, but some questions I have about that.
Sure.
So they say it's going to be developed either way. Well, first of all, if you go down from 4 units per acre to 1 unit per acre, that changes how economical this development is going to be. The other thing I know, because I've had to deal with this as well, is it's really hard to get a septic tank to perk out there. So I would be shocked if they were able to put in septic. I don't think it's going to happen. So that being said, where I'm standing right now, I'd rather it not be annexed, and they can roll the dice with the county, because I don't think it's going to work.
Appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Directors, yes. Lisa?
So, Austin, are you thinking that if they go with the county and they go ahead and build, so it'll be less dense? So you'll have less flood problems? Is that basically summing up what you're trying to say?
Well, I think, yeah, you're correct. I believe that fewer houses per acre is going to mean fewer, you're leaving more of the ground open to absorb water. I think it's a huge risk covering that thing up with houses and roads. So yes, I think fewer homes per acre would mean less of a drainage issue. But then the other point that I was making is I don't know, based on the price of everything, the price of the land, all that, I don't know that it would still even make sense to develop it if you could only put 25% of the homes on there.
So, and this is maybe a Chris question sorry. Kyle, are you the city engineer?
Madam Mayor, the city engineer's Brent.
Okay, Brent, sorry. He's new. That's why I don't know his name. I apologize. Publicly, I apologize. There's a requirement for the septics. Isn't the requirement on the 1 acre because if there's a failing system, they have to be able to put another system on the acreage?
That is correct.
So you're still going to be, the county's still going to be limited by that. And do we know what the requirement of the minimum, they're saying their minimum is 1 acre.
Typically, the minimums of minimum lot size in the county is 1 acre. Now, I think there's the question of can we tie into Siloam sewer, which I think one of y'all brought that up earlier. So we have that question. Yes, in the county though, you have, when you do septic, you have a primary septic field and a secondary septic field that both have to perk and be approved by the health department.
So, and earlier Ben said that if you're connected to the county before you can get on our water and sewer, and it's connected to the city, and it's connected, so you would have to annex. So if we say no on this annex, then you can't connect to this water and sewer?
Well, if y'all say no, then we're not technically touching the city limits because that piece, the other piece that we're not developing on doesn't touch the city, or it touches the city, we don't.
Okay.
So technically, we're in the same boat as, Castlewood or whatever y'all said
Okay,
earlier.
then you could do it.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
And so based off of Steve's comment, Steve's the gentleman that spoke before Austin, taking out his pond, you're not designing for that. You don't have plans for that because you look at the area before you design what ponds and drainage you put in. If he was to take out his ponds, what then? Where's the city at then? 'Cause we're basically,
Madam Mayor.
like what Brad said, we're flooding again.
I would,
Yes.
I would caution speculation on that. That would get into common enemy law with drainage, and that would be civil typically. So I would advise,
So you're saying he can't take it out even if he wanted?
I can't advise that. That would have to, that would be a civil issue between property owners that would fall under common enemy laws.
From our side, we'd figure out a way to manage the water. I know they said the culvert underneath Airport Road, that the road theoretically needs to be raised. I want to say, and Austin, I know we looked at it, what is that, like a 24-inch culvert or a 36 underneath Airport Road? There's four, yeah, but was it a 2-foot or a 3-foot? I can't remember. There's the option to put in something like a wider box culvert, right? That's not any taller, doesn't cost, because the problem is if you raise the road, then water backs up even further, right, to get over the road. So you want to leave the road at the same elevation and go wider with a box or something like that. So we look at the drainage holistically, right? We're going to run a full river analysis model from from Highway 59 all the way back across Airport Road to make sure we do not have flooding. If that means we need to increase the culvert size under Airport Road, we'll put in a box culvert.
And that includes for future, I know we do the 100-year requirement, but I think every director here has been in somebody's home that has flooded. I mean,
Absolutely.
I've stood in floodwater with
Yep.
citizens, and it's frustrating, and it's their livelihood. And so,
Sure.
are you saying your planning is even better than the 100-year scope of that, or?
We would widen that culvert easily to the 100-year, and we'd work with city staff. If that needs to be a bigger number, if we needed to assume.
Because staff won't require it.
Right.
I'm saying for the citizens out there.
Right.
Because, again, that's where he said, minimum. And
Right.
so,
And my words obviously don't mean a lot, except that we're recording it right now for drainage on a preliminary plat that I haven't turned in yet. But, I mean, obviously, we're going to do our absolute best from the engineering standpoint to exceed minimum standards, to treat water quality, which isn't a provision. I mean, I've said that time and time again. We're looking to treat water quality. There's an existing swell that goes through this site. We've already had an environmental study done on all of that. We're going to preserve that in every single one of our layouts. So the swell that's going through there, we will have flanking ponds all the way down the thing that are wet ponds treating water quality. That's just what we do. So if we can release it slowly over 40 hours to help with the downstream drainage impacts and not impact the upstream neighbors, that's holistically how we're going to look at it.
Okay. Anyone else? Yes, Chris.
Madam Mayor, it's part of my job to ensure that the board is advised in this, and I do appreciate Craft and Toll. I've been working with Blake and with Mr. Kellstrom for years now, and but I am obligated to say that just because they say it in this meeting, or just because it's recorded, does not mean it's something that would be required based off of our codes. All we can enforce is the minimum standard, even if it's recorded on the video.
But our board can insist more than the minimum in the preliminary plat.
we can override our minimum ordinances and,
The board can decide in the preliminary plat if we want something stronger. That's why we have a say on the preliminary plat.
but if it's in an ordinance is a law.
I think
Madam
we need
Mayor.
to ask our city attorney for her opinion on that.
I believe we amended that, did we not? The preliminary plat's approved by the planning commission?
Madam Mayor,
Yes,
it is the preliminary plat starting and approvals that'll begin in January will start at the Planning Commission. 2 or more board members can appeal those decisions. However, I would advise that Richardson v. City of Little Rock Planning Commission states that the Planning Commission will be obligated to enforce the minimum requirements of the code.
I always thought we had to at least accept the minimum requirements.
Okay, yes.
Chris, can you, we spoke earlier this week. can you explain, because I don't remember the terminology, but right now, I know that a big part of that R2 and then all the way over right past my house, it's not technically a FEMA-regulated floodplain, but what was that called that it is?
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Chris.
It's an unregulated floodplain. So when we talk about floodplains, and I have our floodplain administrator, Randall Clark, here, but I will say that we looked at this area. It is not designated as what's referred to as a special flood hazard area. There is a slight difference in a special flood hazard area and a regulated, which is a regulated area by FEMA, and just a floodplain. Title 44 CFR with the federal code states that a floodplain is any property or any area that is susceptible to damage by, and I'm paraphrasing, is susceptible by flooding. So in this area, it has had a type of study called a base flood elevation, or a BFE study, that was commissioned by FEMA along with the Geological Survey. However, those have not been turned into FEMA-regulated floodplains yet. But we do know that there is a floodplain that goes through this area, and we know the approximate boundaries of the 100-year and 500-year surface areas.
And what would it take for that to be turned into the FEMA-regulated floodplain?
It's coming in as a Zone A with the current data. If you wanted it if you wanted a higher quality study, then we would have to essentially the community that's responsible for that floodplain, and right now it's in the county, it's not in our floodplain jurisdiction. So the community that's responsible for that area would have to submit either a new study to FEMA, or the current BFE data could be submitted to FEMA, and it could be regulated as a Zone A and a Zone X shaded in the areas that the the BLE have been mapped. The base level engineering can be used to establish a Zone A. Zone A would then kick in. What does that mean? It just means that there's higher regulations. So whenever they go to build houses, it has to be over a certain elevation. That foundation of that house has to meet if it was in the city, it would have to meet our flood damage prevention code, not just our drainage criteria manual requirements. If it's brought into the city could potentially take action to get those BLE maps sent to FEMA. And any structure that touches those regulated areas, which is the 100-year, not the 500-year, any structure that would be in those areas would have to have those higher standards. But right now, if it's annexed as is, those are not regulated to that level. However, there are likely some wetlands, which would require them to provide some additional information from the environmental information from the Corps of Engineers, so additional permitting or delineation. So it gets a little bit confusing when we're talking about the difference between flood hazard areas. That's under floodplain administration. That's more regulatory versus drainage. And drainage is more of the actual volume of the water and how it releases, versus our water quality requirements in Siloam Springs, as someone was talking about. We just have water quality primarily for the construction phase to make sure we don't have mud in it, mud in the water. So when we're talking about stormwater requirements, we're talking about that water quality. When we're talking about drainage, we're talking about water quantity. And when we are talking about floodplain administration, we're talking about FEMA regulations. So there's a few different things. We look at all of that. It's two different parts of our code. The water quality and the water quantity is through our drainage criteria manual. However, the part that Mr. Butler was speaking about would be our flood damage prevention code.
Yes, Lisa.
So if we annex them in and you said, how long does it take if you send something to FEMA to get that back?
It can take a while.
Yes, a CLOMR, conditional letter of map revision, and a LOMR would typically be the route you would go, or you can do a LOMR on the back end. Conditional letter of map revision, I just talked with Alan Pugh today about this, actually. He said it's in the 8 to 12 month range right now for the conditional letter. So it's something that once we had a site plan and grading, we'd probably go ahead and start coordination with FEMA if that's a route that y'all were gonna make us go. Because it would take quite a good amount of time to get approved from FEMA. So the conditional letter of map revision basically tells FEMA, hey, here's what we're going to do. Here's what the floodplain looks like right now. Here's what it looks like when we do this development. And you get their buy-in, and then you build the development. And then you come back with what's called a letter of map revision, which revises the current firm panel for Siloam Springs to show the accurate floodplain for it. So, and that's another 6 to 8 month process that you have to go through.
So if we annex it in, and then we find that this might be done, will they be able to develop, they're already developing by the time we would get that report in, so it wouldn't even matter.
That is correct. Those regulatory standards on the FEMA side would not apply to a certain level. However, there are likely, and I haven't received a preliminary plat. I am pretty positive that you'll find that there's wetlands through this area, either probably a combination of riverine and ponds that would have to get some additional
We have an AJD from the Corps already.
Okay. Yes, they have to get some additional permissions from the Corps. So.
Because of the wetlands.
Yes, and that's the difference between wetlands is the Corps of Engineers. Then you have the special flood hazard areas. That's going to be your FEMA maps. And then the local drainage is your drainage criteria manual, and your flood damage prevention code is part of FEMA. We have the federal oversight, even if it's a state project, for example. We oversee our floodplains in the city, within the city limits.
So the Corps of Engineers is okay with it being in the
Yes, ma'am.
wetlands?
Yeah, so we had our local expert, David Roop, who works for Craft and Toll, who used to be at the Corps of Engineers. So yeah, he has a good working knowledge of the regulations. He reviewed this entire area and created a report and sent it over to the Corps of Engineers, and they gave us a approved jurisdictional determination, which basically just says they agree with him. So I think there's that riverine or whatever going through the middle of the site, which is an intermittent stream. And then there's 3 like little pocket wetlands that we're avoiding all 3 of them. So we're avoiding any impacts or damage to any of the regulatory features on site is what our goals are with whatever we do. So
When they do the wetland study, is it also the species study? Does that include species in that area?
I don't think so. Like endangered, I'm not sure on that. I'd have to look at that. I'm usually just trying to avoid wetlands. So.
We've tried to preserve them.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
All right, anyone else?
Okay. You looked at me long enough. I'll throw my 2 cents in. I'm glad you asked the question you did, because I was considering that myself, thinking about that. But a couple of things. David mentioned the moratorium. 15-plus years ago, we sat in here and discussed the very same thing. It's never a popular topic, but I agree that's something we should seriously look at. I agree with Brad, and I think this comes down to drainage. It seems like no matter what we do, we're always chasing our tail when it comes to this. And this is nothing against you gentlemen and your organization, but honestly, we have heard the exact same thing from everybody that gets up here and gives us a pitch for development. And then we come back after it's built and we have problems after problems after problems. And so that, for me personally, makes me very gun shy. And I'm not questioning your expertise, your intent. I'm just stating fact every time, just about. When we are told we got it figured out, you're not going to have any problems. And then there are problem after problem. And so that's what makes it difficult. There are pros and cons. I can sit here and on one side say, oh, this would be a great thing to happen. On the other side, I can say this would be a terrible thing to happen. And I know you're going to do it regardless of what we say, but I think there's some merit. There'd be a lot of benefit if we took it in But thinking of the people that live up in that area, you know, you can go before the county, they may tell you, yeah, build just like you would if the city was here. You know, if we allowed you to do it, but I'm kind of in agreement with Mr. Butler. I don't think that's going to be the case, and I'm not against you developing, I'm not against you making, you know, your money, but we have to look at the bigger picture down the road, years from now. How is that going to affect everybody else? And again, this is no reflection on you and how you do work, but we don't have a real good track record in this town, and that just causes me concern. I guess that's all.
Thank you, Ken. So with that, we are looking at, yes, sir.
My name's Taylor Baker. I work with the developer. I just wanted to say something real quick. I made a few notes this morning. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak tonight. I just want to talk very simply.
Mr. Baker, I'm sorry. Could you give her your address?
702 North Kingswood Drive. Thank you. I just want to talk very simply about what this project means for Siloam Springs, both economically and for the long-term health of the community. The builder involved here is not a national builder. This isn't a large corporate outfit focused on squeezing in as many homes as possible. This is a local high-quality builder with a proven track record in Northwest Arkansas. Someone who really truly cares about craftsmanship, thoughtful layout, and building neighborhoods the right way. They're not density focused, and they are quality focused. They're committed to bringing attainable homes to families who want to live in Siloam Springs, families who work here, raise their kids, and want to put the roots down in Siloam Springs. That alone is a major benefit because housing is a real issue in Northwest Arkansas right now. Many people who work in Siloam Springs, teachers, healthcare workers, manufacturing employees, first responders, they just simply can't find quality homes inside the city limits. This project helps change that, but even beyond the housing piece, the economic impact is very large. Every new family that moves into Siloam Springs becomes part of the local economy. They shop at your stores, they eat in your restaurants, they buy groceries here, use local services, and support local businesses. More residents means more sales tax for revenue, more property tax revenue, more utility revenue, more customers for small business, more support for local employers who need housing, because housing is the foundation of the economic growth here in Siloam Springs. Businesses expand when people live in Siloam Springs. Restaurants succeed when families are in Siloam Springs. Employers hire more easily when workers can live nearby. This project brings a kind of steady, predictable, responsible growth that strengthens a city, not just in the short term, but for the decades ahead. And growth will continue in Northwest Arkansas, with or without the annexation. The question is whether Siloam Springs wants to guide that growth and benefit from the tax revenue and control that this project brings, or watch it happen outside of the city limits where the value and regulations go elsewhere. Not within control. Supporting this project keeps the benefits inside of Siloam Springs. We get a quality, high quality builder, a project that has quality over density, a stronger, more stable economic base, long-term growth that supports businesses and employers here in town. This is a responsible growth, it's a community-focused growth, and it's the kind of project that builds economic strength for Siloam Springs well into the future, and I just wanted to mention that.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Mindy?
I'm sorry. I just want to say, appreciate what you just said, and what you just said makes this decision all the more difficult. Because there are concerns. Because, I mean, Director Ritzer's right. We've all stood in the backyards of people with flooding problems, you know, knee-deep in mud. So that's what makes it especially difficult. But and I'm familiar with Schubert Mitchell. I know they've built a lot over in the Centerton area. the developments that I've seen over there do pack quite a few homes in a small area, but I know that they have different types of development, so it may be that this one has a little bit more space, yard space, as opposed to some of the ones I've seen. That's neither here nor there, other than I appreciate Schuber Mitchell. I like Schuber Mitchell homes. Whatever way I go, I just want everyone to know I appreciate all the information, appreciate the input. I know we've all had conversations with the Butler family. So that's why this job is hard sometimes, but thank you for all the information and helping us make informed decisions.
Thank you, Mindy. So, directors, I am going to ask, do I have a motion to place ordinance 25-30 on its third reading, suspending the rules, reading by title only?
Madam Mayor,
Yes, David?
I still believe that we are not ready to vote on this, and I would like to make a motion that we table. There is still so much unanswered information that we've heard from staff that has come up by board members, and I just cannot believe we are ready to make a real decision tonight.
So then are you
I
making a
make
motion to table?
that we table, yes.
Okay, do I have a second to that motion?
Second.
You have a second to motion? Yeah, to table. Thank you.
Wiles?
Yes.
To the next meeting?
Till the next meeting, David, is that,
I guess.
so by then, we should be able to have some of the questions answered? Yes, I am seeing Christina shaking her head, yes. And Heather?
Well, if you don't want to republish notice, then you need to table it to a date certain.
Okay, so we'll say till our next meeting, which would be the first meeting in December. What, December 2nd?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, okay, December 2nd.
Wiles?
Yes.
Hunt?
Yes.
Rissler?
Yes.
Allen?
Yes.
Carroll?
Yes.
Blair?
Yes.
Burns?
Yes.
Motion to table is approved. Thank you all for being here and for your comments and your input. And this will be on our December 2nd agenda. Thank you.
Thank you.
We just like seeing you guys come.
Moving on down the road.
The drainage is still way too much.
Okay, we're going to take about a 10-minute break.
Thank you.
Call to order this Board of Directors meeting after our recess. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. So we will move into our next item, which is Ordinance 25-36, first reading, extension of existing levy of 0.375% sales use tax. Oh, yeah. And Josh had to leave us, so Christina?
Good evening, Mayor, members of the board. This is the ordinance that we had the workshop on regarding whether or not we wanted to change the split in the 3/8 sales tax prior to taking it back to the vote of the public to see if they're willing to extend it. I think we covered everything, but if you have any questions regarding that, please let me know. I would advise that if you are not comfortable with the split that we're proposing, now would be a good time to have that conversation and change that split.
Okay, thank you. Directors?
What proposal are you saying? 80/20?
80/20 for utilities and quality of life.
Is there anyone in the audience that would like to address ordinance?
Well, I
Oh,
was
I'm
about
sorry,
to
David?
say something. I still have a problem with having any tax go to quality of life because it's so subjective and is not designated to any one thing. We've seen that it was voted on 10 years ago and had a list of things that it was to be used for, and the money sat there. I think the money's still sitting there. It can still be used for what we wish in the future, but I can't support any percentage of a sales tax going to quality of life because it is just vapor. It's just an idea. It's not street, electric, water, sewer. It's not any particular thing tangible that the citizens can grab hold of. And I think from all the things I've heard over the years, the quality of life is just so odd to people to try to understand that we're risking it going down in flames at a public vote. I think we're going to have problems with the vote no matter what, because it's not going to be on a regular election cycle. So I cannot support 20% for quality of life.
Anyone else?
Madam Mayor?
Yeah.
I'll kick in. I was on when we did the quality of life. And there are plans out there to use the quality of life. It's in our comprehensive plan. We use quality of life every day. Either you walk it, you bike it, you're in the park. Sager Creek Action Plan from 2009, when we didn't have funding, is an example where quality of life was meant to be gone or contributed to, while tracing grants to stretch that out. The American Legion Hall, our historical buildings, there's a numerous things with quality of life. I think the balance, how do we get the balance between street and what quality of life is? And we've had this argument before, so several board members totally disagree with me, and I respect that. But I think it's common knowledge what quality of life is. The question is like the 5 million sitting there, do we follow through with action plans that other boards have done, or do we just scrub them all and act like we never had the opportunity to spend the money? We have had the opportunity to spend the money. We've just had a lot of change occur. I would use the Bird Streets as an example. When I was on Ward 2, we approved those. Ken's on now, Director Wiles has got that Bird Streets are completed. That's how long those things take. So the quality of life thing, our workshop goal setting, and then follow through with those action plans. And we just haven't done a good job, myself included, with following through with action plans on those quality of life projects.
Sir, anyone else? Yes, David.
I recall when it was a 50-50 vote, 50-50 split, and it was sold to the public of what quality of life could be used for. And one of the things it was used for, at least told to a lot of people, it would be used to remodel the old post office for the museum. And instead, we had a board, part of them are still here today, that voted to sell that building. So to hear it has to do with the historic building, it's the most historic building we have on Broadway. And maybe not the most, but it's one of the most eye-catching that's well-known. And instead, we sold a building to a bike shop that turns around and now wants to sell it back for $600,000 profit. The money was not used as it was promised to the people. Carol Smiley sat right here and said, on the vote to sell the building, we should have gone ahead and abided by the promise we made the museum to put $700,000. She didn't say an amount, but that's what was proposed by Matt Pearson when David Cameron said it could have been $550. Instead, we spent $7 million on a library. So I'm saying we have the money still sitting there, $5 million. That does not mean we need to go and have another 10 years of sales tax, of which 20% would go to this intangible idea of quality of life. I think there are far too many things that our public expects of us to be properly managing the money. We can still spend money from general fund for things in the parks, things in the aquatic center, things wherever that are considered quality of life by some people. But we need to be getting down to the brass tacks of why the city is here and be covering our costs on necessities. That's why we're elected, is to take care of the necessities of people's lives, that they don't have any place else to go except the city for electric, water, and sewer. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Lisa.
This is only on its first reading.
Yes,
so
ma'am, first
I'm
reading.
comfortable with the conversation, but we just had a budget meeting, and we discussed in that budget meeting that that budget is based off of that tax passing. And, sorry, my mic kind of threw me off there for a minute. What is it the citizens, and I'll admit, I'm going to say vote yes, but I'm going to ask the citizens, and I appreciate the feedback I get, because I do get a lot of feedback from a lot of people. They stop me in Walmart, they stop me in places I go, and they read my post, and they give me feedback. And either way, I want to do with the citizens, what's best for them. And I know one of the issues that a lot of people have is our streets are in great need of repair. And there's a lot of streets, and how many projects can we do if we fully fund it through this tax? How many more projects? Do we know that?
I don't know the answer to that. Are you asking for the entire 3/8? Are you asking for the 20%? Are you asking for 50?
If we did the streets at 100%, and we have projects listed, and we have about how much they're going to cost, and we have an order of what we think those streets are supposed to be done. How many more streets would get done with that? Chris, do you know?
Hold on just a second.
Do you see what I'm saying? Because we already know, we have a master street list.
I
We have
think
about how much those projects cost.
And I won't speak for Josh, but since he's not here, I would say that we do have the master street maintenance plan, and we could definitely, I can get with Josh and we can take a look at that. This, as you said, is on its first reading, so by the time we get to our next reading, I can work with Josh and we can try to identify if this was 100% switch to streets, approximately what we could see out of that.
What does it do to the timeline? Say we get and we find out that, oh, it would do a whole lot of more streets, and we want to change it to 100%. If we're saying yes to move it forward so that it doesn't die, but then it has to start all over again, does it not? And will we meet the timeline for the March ballot?
I don't know what the timeline is. I think we talked about this last time.
I believe it's December 22nd.
What'd you say?
I believe it's December 22nd.
Yeah, December 22nd. I think if you're going to change the split, that's something that would require discussion.
Require what?
Discussion.
Madam Mayor?
Lisa,
Wouldn't
right
though,
there. Hang on, Lisa, yeah, Ken.
thanks. I mean, couldn't we just, if we did, whatever we decided on, just so it wouldn't slow up, we could do all three readings, I guess, if we wanted to, couldn't we?
I don't think we talked about that. I don't think there's anything that prevents you from waiving readings on the sales tax unless there's a population question, but you don't meet the population threshold. So I'm okay with that.
The only other thing I'd have, I think when we had the workshop, I think I said whether it was reclassification of title or whatever we needed to do, I just thought the better idea was to put it all in general fund and use it for streets. And because it just seems to me, and maybe I'm not thinking of something, Brad, you brought up some things, but it just seems to me typically when we want to do something, we just pay for it. It comes out of the general fund for the most part. And I agree. If we did this at 100% for specific projects, streets, utility, improvement or whatever, we got all kinds of things we need to do. I don't know, that might even be a better way of selling it to the public than to split it up. But that's what I'd like. If we can, I would prefer to see it at 100% going into the general fund for whatever it is that we classify it for.
David?
Christina, you've told me this before, and I'm going to ask again on the 5/8 cent sales tax. Or whatever. Where else are we getting street funds from a sales tax?
Street funds are 40% of the 1% sales tax that is permanent sales tax.
That's permanent, 40%.
Correct.
Okay.
I would also just like to mention that the utility rate study included 50% of this tax for capital outlay, and if we choose not to go that route, that's fine, but we will have to reassess our rates. And
But explain utility capital improvement.
utility capital improvements is only for the expansion of the system. So if we have an existing sewer line that needs to be upgraded, we can replace that. If we have, if we need a new transformer or a new water tower or a larger water lines,
But it has to be to do with our utilities.
has to be to you. Correct, correct.
Pardon
No,
me?
no, that's the
What'd you
existing,
say?
that's the existing sales tax. You can designate this for whatever you guys choose to.
Right.
All I'm saying is that
But-
it will impact the utility rates that are being proposed if we do not do at least 50% for utility capital improvements.
But my question was, we've already got 40% going to streets of a 1
Correct.
cent. The utility capital improvements cannot be towards streets.
Correct.
It's only to one of our utilities for improvements of capital nature. So your estimated numbers here over 10 years is 19 million, 15.3 for the 80% and just under 4 for the quality of life. We've already got $5 million in quality of life. That $4 million that would come in 10 years, we could easily find that over 10 years in general fund. If there's something that would qualify under quality of life, otherwise we're required to put that 3.8 million into quality of life. We may not have anything in the immediate future that takes 5 million and 3.8 million over the next 10 years for quality of life, because we have the 5 that's already designated. 3.8, that's almost 9 that we would be needing to spend in quality of life over the next 10 years. We may not have but 5 or 6 million, but we'd still have to be spending that. If we put all of it, or 50-50, 50 utility capital and 50 towards some other physical thing, such as streets, I don't think there's any problem to have another sales tax that goes to streets. And I say that because every citizen I talk to on needs of the city brings up our streets. And it goes back to my first year back on the board with Mr. Patterson. He admitted, he said, I guess we've not put as much money into streets as we should have been. And it was because we were behind on not putting the money into streets that there had been before. So I don't see a problem with designating part of this to streets, but if you're saying at least half of the estimate was to utility capital improvement, 50% was to utility capital, was where the study took into an assumption.
That's correct.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Mindy.
David, are you done?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, so 50, we need to keep at least 50% going to utility capital, or there's just going to be lots of changes required. So I get that. So I hate to remove any designation to quality of life myself. And I understand that everybody thinks quality of life is different. Everybody has a different definition. I understand we've got $5 million built up from quality of life and we haven't spent it, and I don't know why, but knowing that it's there to spend and to be able to add on to that, I think I am comfortable with that. I like that. What if we did a 60-20-20, 60 to capital utility, or utility capital, whatever it's called, and 20 to streets, and then 20 to quality of life?
about 50, 30, 20?
Well, I mean,
55?
as long as you're willing to do the 20 for quality of life
I did
still.
say at the last workshop that we didn't have to go with round numbers. We could come up with whatever.
57, 32, 19.
32.7.
But, I mean, I do like the idea of adding a designation to streets in there because that is something that the citizens are very interested in. And honestly, I'm not sure that everybody is everybody even going to understand what utility capital improvements is going to be? But they're going to understand quality of life. They're going to understand street improvements.
I don't think they're even going to understand quality of life because it's so subjective. Streets, they
it's
will definitely.
subjective, but it's
better than utility capital improvement. Is there a better title?
It explains it more. I think it explains what it is more than maybe utility capital improvements does. But the streets, getting a percentage to streets in there is I think very helpful. Could be.
So Reed, I'm going to come to Reed, and then Betsy, I'll come to you.
I like 50, 30, 20.
I'm comfortable with that.
Betsy?
Madam Mayor, so Christina, the staff recommendation was to move the capital utility from 50 to 80. I know we have infrastructure issues, and that would help address the utility ones. If we kept it at 50 and we didn't move it to 80, what would that do? How would that affect the things that we need to do for our utility infrastructure?
As I said, the utility rate study assumed the 50%. So there may be other, there's a 5-year capital plan associated with that utility rate study. All the additional funding would be to provide additional funds for making sure that if there's something that's not in that plan that comes up, that we would be able to address it. That's all.
Madam, was somebody else?
Betsy? Is that it? Yeah. David?
Just heard Reed say 50, 30, 20. Reed, were you saying 50 utility capital, 30 to street, 20 to quality of life? What, I think you said it or I said it or something, but I would like to make a motion that we adjust this to 50, 30, 20.
David, before you do that, I got one question, please. Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay. Okay, 50%, I don't have an issue with keeping that for the utility capital. The rest of it, we can talk about. I mean, could that also, and I just threw streets out there earlier, not that had to be what it is used for. Can we use this then possibly to cover or help cover the wastewater project?
Yes, that would fall under the utility capital improvements.
So if we went at least 80 on the utility capital, we would take care of all the infrastructure that was specified in the rate study, plus we would have a little extra we could use to help finance the wastewater improvements.
That is true, but I do believe it will take the entire 5/8 cents to do the improvements that they're requesting, not just the headworks, but beyond the headworks to do all of the other upgrades. Otherwise, yes, we would have extra money to work on that piecemeal.
It might be something to consider, because I know we talk about that a lot, and we're not sure where that money's going to come from. So that would be an option as well.
And I would also comment that prior to the 50-50 split, it was 100% to utility capital improvements.
Okay.
But we also do have, I mean, again, this is obviously up to the board how they want to handle this, but we also do have some major street projects coming up, such as the bridge over, the Lincoln Street Bridge over 412. So there are a lot of needs that the board could address.
Madam
So,
Mayor.
yeah. So right now you have 40% streets from the 1%.
Correct.
And this, if they do what they're proposing, there would be 30% from this. So you're looking at 70% between the two taxes going to streets, is that right? No?
Well, it's not quite that, because it's 40% of 1%,
Oh,
and
yeah.
then it, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I understand, yeah.
Madam Mayor, I
Yes.
still had the floor. I still had one other thing
Yes,
to point out. And I lost. We were going to make a motion to change the percentage.
yes, sir.
My point was, as Mindy was saying, utility capital improvements, a little hard to understand. I think perception is everything. When you have a ballot issue, the perception to the public of what they're voting for, if it says streets, which has been the biggest complaint, I think it's going to go over better. Even if it's one of three things, I think it's going to help pass it. Mindy said quality of life will help pass it. Maybe. Some people may look at that, but I think an awful lot of complaints about streets will make people sit up and go, oh, well, maybe they're going to start putting more money in streets. So that was my point on perception with the ballot issue, so.
Yes, Lisa?
I agree with Ken. Forward thinking about the projects that will we have to get a bond issue or something on that too? Is that what we're having to look at, and how would this help
Yes.
offset that?
So, again, like I said, I think it would, if we wanted to do another loan, like we did for the water treatment plant through ANRC, which uses a very low interest rate, then really what you're talking about is you would need the 5/8 cents. I don't think that just the 3/8 cents would cover all of the cost of that,
But it would help.
but it would help.
And remind me, when do we vote on the 5/8?
The 5/8 cent sales tax can't be voted on until we determine exactly when we're going to pay off the other loan, which I do believe will be either at the end of '26 or after April of '27.
So to me, and I know a lot of people will not understand what utility capital is, but you put it in terms of how it affects them in their home and how they'll get it. Our citizens aren't stupid, and so they'll get it if you explain what utility capitals are, when you explain what streets are, when you explain these projects that need to be done and money we got to find. And we are taxing the citizens to death, and that's not what government's supposed to, it's for needs, not wants. And so I don't see the citizens passing it if we don't focus on how we're going to cover some costs that we need to cover in the future. And so for me, I think some needs to go there, some needs to go to the streets, and some needs to go to utility capital, for me. I think it matters what the citizens are going to vote for, and the citizens are exhausted. They're exhausted. We're sitting here doing a utility rate on them, increase on them. We have, we're talking about how do we recoup some of the funds that we might have to charge where we don't charge, like for funeral services. I mean, there's discussions coming up, and we're just putting more on the citizens when actually we have a simple solution when we know there's a problem and we need to find the money, and we are ignoring the issue because we want our wants met instead of our needs.
Yes, Brad?
So, I like the 50, 30, 20, and I'm reminded of when I was running for this position and I observed how annexation took place. And there was a lot of fragments, a lot of fragmented information out there to the general public, right, about annexation. And so on this one here, we need to, I think collectively need to come to terms. And so, have there been mistakes made across this board on many levels prior to my arrival, during my time on the board? And I'm sure I'll make more mistakes. the concept of quality of life was that balance, and it's not needs and wants. An example is the baseball field needs new lights. If you had a better baseball field, you'd hold tournaments. Tournaments filled up hotels. Hotels create revenue. And I've spoken this before about tourism. It's an economical driver, and it creates that additional revenue that can offset and accelerate other programs that we need to accelerate, which is street. And so, you know, it's really that formula of thinking of that bigger picture and not getting caught up in, you know, this is dire times, this is the end of the world. It is not the end of the world. Your utility rates perhaps might go up $11 on average, right? We've made that sales pitch. It's all out there. So we're making it sound like, you know, it's the end of it. And I've got the emails on the fixed budgets. And my parents were on a fixed budget. I mean, I sympathize, I understand with all that. Having said that, they're not compared to what's happening out there. There is a balance of life. You know, where you go to church is part of that balance of life. What you put in your body is part of that balance of life. And what people choose to do and what that quality looks like is really just set by a set of criteria. We set that criteria before. And so I just really encourage us, no matter what this turns out to be, is that we have a quality of life fund. We need to go into 26, set that goal, and we need to spend that money. It shouldn't be sitting there. We should be improving this city with the funds that were set aside by the voters. So no matter what comes out of this, let's not detract that we still have voted for quality of life. It's still been there. The money is there, and we need to make good decisions on how to invest that into the city so that we get some sort of return out of that tax, right? So there's got to be some sort of return on that. And I just really encourage us here over the next second and third, take a look at that, read the comprehensive plan, look at other cities on how they're viewing quality of life. And it's not healthy to have a narrow view on things that are going to impact more than an eclectic group. It's a city of 20 going on 30,000, and potentially in my lifespan, we could be at 40,000. I mean, it's crazy to think that, but that's real life. And I can't interpret that, but I just look at the other cities, how they view quality of life, and I just encourage us to take a look at that. Thank you.
Just like I always want to share with the board, we had, the chamber has a roundtable, CEO roundtable discussion. I actually went the other day, it was last week, and quality of life was one of the things that each of the CEOs that were there, and there was a representation from industry, from the health, from the hospital, from the banks. So, you know, I ask whenever they all were talking about things that they needed in their companies, and every one of them made the comment that quality of life was one of the things that their employees looked at whenever they wanted to move to a city. And I asked them, I said, so what is quality of life to your employees? What does that mean to them whenever they say quality of life? And I asked them, I said, will each of you go back to your businesses and your employees and say, you know, you see them every day. Get a, you know, if you, whatever it takes to get that information, that feedback to you, and then give that to the city. Because that's one of the things that our board is looking at and considering, and it would be very helpful if they could hear from the people that you have working for you, coming to the city, whether they live here or not. You know, what does that mean to them whenever they tell you quality of life is one of the things they look at when they are looking for a place to live? So they said they would do that. So hopefully there is some of that information, feedback that will come back to you all, so you get kind of an idea about those people that are, you know, the everyday citizen, the one that's working out there and making that minimum wage or making more, but what does that mean to them? So hopefully they will send that back to you all. I just let you all, yes, Heather.
Mayor, if I may, there's a lot of talk about, you know, street improvement and that kind of thing. And I think if we define quality of life correctly, that streets can fall under that term in terms of like walkability, safety. I don't think streets would necessarily be, or spending on streets would be precluded if there was a designation for quality of life. I think that there's a good argument to be made that that could be included in that phrase.
Madam Mayor, and I completely agree with that. In fact, I feel like we've even done sidewalks and things, I think, through quality, or called them quality of life.
That has to do with walking.
Because it's walking, but that's quality of life for.
Streets are not considered.
Streets are not, but streets, I can see what you're saying. Quality of life is having a street that doesn't have potholes. So, I mean, that can be one definition of quality of life. And I know there are a lot of different definitions. I live in the zone that has Benton Street and the park, and that is part of quality of life. That's something I think people do think of as quality of life, one of many things. And I can't imagine not always having the funds available to make sure that we have nice parks and things like that in the city. And I think that's probably some of the things that the employees will come back and say. We want nice parks in this city. $5 million goes a long way in keeping our parks up, but I don't know, I just think, I think we have to be careful about saying quality of life is a want, not a need, because there are things in there that.
Opinion.
And I know, it's and you're entitled to your opinion, I respect your opinion, but for me, it can be, I think it can be just a lot.
Madam Mayor?
Mayor,
So are we not-
did the CEOs give you an answer when you asked them? I'm just curious.
No, I mean, they said, but yes, they would go back and ask.
I didn't know if any of them gave you an
No.
answer. Yeah, because so many people don't know the answer.
Yeah.
I have a question for Christina. So our parks are being maintained because we're not spending the quality of life money because it's still sitting there, but our parks are being maintained, are they not? Are we not maintaining our parks? We're just letting them be trash?
No, that's just one example, I'm just saying.
We do, I mean, we have a parks budget and we maintain the parks.
So that's what, yeah, so the quality of life, I mean, being able to pay your electric bill is a quality of life. If you live in a rich neighborhood, it's a little bit different of a quality of life if you live in a poorer neighborhood of what a quality of life is. And so, and I don't think the sky's fallen. I think we have to be realistic that we are gonna need some money and we keep taking it from the citizens. Not every citizen can afford $11 extra. Some have to decide between food, and if you've never been there, you don't understand. Some people have to decide between food and paying their utility bills. Some people have to decide if they're gonna have to live with family members because they can't afford because rent has gotten outrageous. So what seems small to you is huge to other people. And we forget that sometimes when we're making policies and making decisions that affect the citizens in our community. We're over 50% of our community is at the poverty level. Over 50% of our community is over the poverty level. The sky isn't falling. It's realistic data that we need to take into consideration.
Madam Mayor, I think I had a motion on the floor.
Yes, what is your motion
Was
again,
there a
David?
second?
No, sir, there was not. So your motion is,
I made it earlier. It's still been out there.
motion to adjust to 50-30-20.
50-30-20.
Yeah. Utility, streets,
capital,
quality of life.
streets, Quality of life.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on the floor to change the split from 50-30-20, 250-30-20. Utility streets, quality of life. Okay, roll call.
Hunt,
Yes.
Rissler,
I'm voting yes, just to keep the conversation going.
Allen,
Yes.
Carroll,
Yes.
Blair,
Yes.
Burns,
Yes.
Wiles,
Yes.
Motion is approved. So Christina?
Ordinance number 25-36, an ordinance providing for the extension of an existing levy of a 0.375% sales and use tax within the city of Siloam Springs, Arkansas, revising the splitting of the proceeds of the existing sales and use tax and prescribing other matters pertaining thereto.
All right, thank you. So with that, we'll move to ordinance 25-37, second reading, amending section 102-21 of the City Municipal Code, rezoning from A1 to C2, 3,800 and 3,900 blocks of East Highway 412. Kyle?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Directors, good evening. Kyle Belt, Planner. So this is located at the 3,800 and 3,900 blocks of Highway 412 East. It's just east of Siloam Station Drive and the new McDonald's on the east side of town. And they're proposing to go from A1 agricultural for their zoning district to C2. And it's a total of 6.2 acres. There is no future land use map that would be required. And staff has not received any correspondence or feedback since the last reading. And we are available for any questions.
Thank you, sir. Directors, comments or questions? Not, is there anyone in the audience that would like to address this ordinance? There is not, so do I have a motion to place ordinance 25-37 on its second reading, suspending the rules, reading by title only?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Rissler,
Yes.
Allen,
Yes.
Carroll,
Yes.
Blair,
Yes.
Burns,
Yes.
Wiles,
Yes.
Hunt,
Motion is approved. Christina?
Ordinance number 25-37, an ordinance amending section 102-21 of the Siloam Springs Municipal Code, City Zoning Map, rezoning from A1 to C2, property located at the 3,800 and 3,900 blocks of East Highway 412.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Chris, we missed something, didn't we?
Yes, ma'am. I believe that we missed the, to move item L to its first reading.
Yes, sir, we did.
We couldn't remember exactly what.
Yeah, we
what
did.
Director
As
Allen's motion was.
Yeah, he made a motion to change the split, which we approved. Now we have to make a motion to place ordinance 25-36 with the adjustment of the split on its first reading, suspending the rules and reading by title only.
So we voted on an amendment.
No, that's correct.
Okay.
Yes. So do I have a motion to place it on its first reading with the amendment? Do we have a second? Second. We have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Allen,
Yes.
Carroll,
Yes.
Blair,
Yes.
Burns,
Yes.
Wiles,
Yes.
Hunt,
Yes.
Rissler,
Yes.
Motion is approved. Thank you all very much. Chris, thank you. I knew as soon as you walked over there, we had missed that. So that will bring us to the administrator's report. Christina?
So expenditures in excess of 30,000. Streets is spending $47,474 on asphalt for Quarter Road and $47,600 for asphalt for the Waukesha Mill and Overlay. The fire department is spending $41,175 on recommended proactive employee screening. There are no expenditures per resolution 11-25. And announcements are slim. So the Siloam Springs Turkey Trot is being held this Saturday on the 22nd. And you can find more information about that on the city's website. Next week is Thanksgiving, so enjoy.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate that. So now we will move into the director's reports. I would like to wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving and appreciate everyone that was here tonight and for all the discussion and the input. With that, I will move to the directors, beginning with you, Mindy, and ending with you, David. And if you will, sir, do not ask for a motion to adjourn. We do have an executive session. Mindy.
Happy Thanksgiving and safe travels.
Thank you. Ken.
Well, I'll just say the same thing. Happy Thanksgiving. And safe travels.
And safe travels.
Betsy.
Ditto.
I do have to add a little more,
Sure.
but I will say happy Thanksgiving. I just want to say we're a blessed community. We have 2 organizations that want to provide shelter for the homeless during this winter months coming up. And so all of us have the information from the meeting from yesterday for Siloam Springs Emergency Response Network. And so there's 2 options. That means we're doubly blessed in our community, and we need to recognize it as that way. Thank you.
Thank you. Reed.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I really appreciate driving around town and seeing all the employees setting up the Christmas decorations for our community. It's a little bit warm for doing that, but I still was able to kind of get in the mood. And Christina, I would like to request that we, at the next meeting, if we could maybe give us an update on what our next steps would be for the PSAP, the direction that we're wanting to go or needing to go, so that we don't let this fall through the cracks, please. And concerning the PSAP and how we heard everything spoken about tonight, I really appreciate how we have the collaboration between the state representatives, JBU, and the city, and how we all work together with that. That was very impressive to me. And I would like to see if we could come up with some ideas on what we need to do with our quality of life funds with the $5 million, and see if we can get those put into a good use, not just to spend them for spending, but I like Brad's thoughts on doing something like some lights that could bring in games to bring in revenue to help the city. Happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you, sir. Brad?
Nothing, thank you.
David?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Happy Thanksgiving. I have a request for us to get some response back that we have twice over the last 4 or 5 months had a citizen stand up here and ask us where are we at on the one-way street safety concerns behind the park house. And we've gotten emails about it. We've discussed it Alma has been here and asked, and we don't seem to get an answer. And I'm saying I want an answer ASAP as to what are we doing to stripe it, to put signs up or whatever, because it is dangerous. And I just don't like us passing the buck or forgetting about it. And sometimes that happens. We have a lot going on, but I just want to get some kind of answer from somebody on that. Happy Thanksgiving. Madam Mayor, I have a question on the executive session.
Yes, sir.
It was not put on the agenda according to our board rules, which our board rules are a resolution, and city policy ADM 106, Development of Agenda Procedure Instructions, requires that anything from the board or the mayor be given 48 hours before that it come out to the public. Now, our decision, we spent a lot of time coming up with those board rules, and at the time, our decision for the board packet to go out to the public was the previous Wednesday. It's been going out earlier, and I don't believe that that is abiding by our board rules. But I do know our board rules say that you have to, it's in the administrative policy manual. Any board member or the mayor may add an agenda item if it's within 48 hours in advance of the date the agenda is posted publicly. And then on number 8, it says a completed agenda and packet will be provided by the city clerk for review by the city administrator before distribution. I have a hard time believing that the city administrator would have approved what was distributed out as a reason for this executive session pertaining to potential disciplinary action of public officer or employee, simply because we've never put that on an agenda, ever. We have said it, that we have to go by one of these items in the meeting because that was years ago told to us by an attorney. But we've never put that, any reason, in a printed online board packet. So.
My understanding, after the law was changed, we are required to state specifically.
In the meeting, not on
what
the
it's for.
agenda, not on the agenda that goes online.
I don't know. Heather?
I agree with that. You're not required to put that reason on your agenda. I'm not familiar with the policy he's referring to. I don't have a copy of that, so I can't opine about whether or not your agenda is invalid. I think these are policy rules for you to follow. If I'm just talking generally, if it's not an ordinance, it doesn't have the force and effect of a permanent law. You can choose to.
But it is voted in a resolution.
Those are not binding and permanent in nature. So you can choose to add things, pull things from your agenda if you choose. I mean, that would be up to you as a board.
Right. Okay. All right.
So, I mean, I haven't seen that, so I don't know, but.
Well, the board rules are right in front of all of us.
My understanding is then that it was removed after it was printed, though. Is that correct? Is that's what Janae is telling me? Okay.
Okay.
And it quotes directly from the board rules.
So it's up to this board. If you don't want to go into executive session, you had one of your board members that asked me if we could have an executive session. I asked for it to be put on the agenda, and that's how it came to be on there. It's totally up to this board. You still got the right to say, I do or do not want to have this executive session.
If it was on the next meeting, I have no problem. I think putting it on 24 hours in advance is a little untoward our previous precedents.
Well, then I'm going to ask, because it is on here, I'm going to ask if I have a motion to go into executive session. If I do not, or if it fails, we can put it on the next agenda. So,
moved.
yes.
So moved.
Do we have a motion to put it on?
I thought you were just asking.
I'm
Yeah,
just asking.
yeah.
Is there a motion to go into executive session?
Yes, I move that we go into executive session.
Do I have a second for that?
Second.
We have a second to go into executive session for the purpose of possible disciplining a public official or employee. Roll call.
Carroll.
Yes.
Blair.
Yes.
Burns.
Yes.
Wiles.
Yes.
Hunt.
Yes.
Rissler. Allen.
No.
Motion is approved. We will adjourn to the executive session and come out with any decisions that are made, if there are any. Call this meeting back to order. After discussion, there is no disciplinary action or action to be taken. So I will ask for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second to adjourn. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. We are adjourned. Thank you.